Okay, good evening, everyone. Today's the 21st of January. Welcome to the Select Board meeting, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any announcements or any words of gratitude or anything? No? I would like to say thank you to the Highway Department with the winter storms. Appreciate all you do. And I also want to say thank you to the fire personnel. This is a very tough time of year to have a fire, and I know that they have been busy, unfortunately. So please be safe out there in your homes with heating and everything, and please look out for your neighbors. There were no appointments and resignations. There were no hearings, so we'll jump right into the quarterly reports. On the listed first is Principal Assessor Martha. Lamy, do you want to start?
Sure. You get it over faster if you go first. Yeah, but you're my role model. Martha Lamy, Principal Assessor. I think this is only my second one, so I'm not really sure what kind of information you're looking for, but I will go over what we're doing or what we've done for FY20. So currently, always motor vehicle abatements. They come in regularly. We're getting ready for our first commitment, which is last year we had about, how many excise did we have? 6,853. So out of those, we will get people who no longer have their vehicles, who have sold their vehicles, which is the same thing, I guess, who've moved out of Southampton. So we'll be prepared for a lot of people coming in wanting their money back. I'm currently sending out personal property form of lists, which is for all people who have a business as of January 1st, 2020. That will be for FY21, and that's to list all your equipment, refrigerators, furniture, if it's a second home. The town of Southampton does have a $5,000 exemption, so if the assessment of your goods comes in under $5,000, then you don't have to pay personal property tax.
Can I just ask a question? What percentage
Of course.
is below 5,000?
What percentage?
I'm just kidding, because it seems like everybody knowing that would put it all below 5,000.
Yeah, you would think, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But yeah, well, we want to encourage people to be honest. But I mean, it's like, you know, we've had people who operate like a consulting firm, and they have a computer, a desk, and a chair that they use strictly for their business. We're not going to tax you on that. So it's nice. Some communities have 10,000 to be exempt, but we don't have a lot of personal property.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Is the norm 5,000, or are we on the low end?
As far as
The exemption.
Our other towns
Yeah.
you know, I haven't really looked at other towns. I can look into that. It's all out there on the state website. You know, what community, because you have to opt in. You have to tell them how much you want as your exemption amount. So I can definitely have that number for you. We pre-posted 74 exemptions for senior and veterans. So that meant that they turned in their application before the tax bills went out. So they actually saw the exemption on their tax bill. There was a little confusion because, as you know, the preliminary tax bill, you get both bills, your first and second quarter in one mailing, and then your February third quarter goes out in another mailing. So they're only seeing half of that exemption and wondering where's the other half, but because it's only the February, you're only getting half of that exemption. So, you know, if anybody's listening, if you see the exemption on there at all, then you will get the second half for your May payment. We're still waiting on 26 exemptions, but of course they will roll in as people are aware. But that's 26 people from last year we haven't received.
Martha, can I ask a question? At the last town meeting, there were some veteran exemptions that were passed.
Yeah.
When do they officially go into?
So that would be officially now. So for FY20, we haven't had anybody utilize. That was where the exemption, the residency requirement went from 2. We opted to go to 1 year. So we haven't had anybody move in and be able to, it hasn't affected anybody yet. So we'll see if, as that comes in. So that would be for all exemptions. So April 1st is the deadline for people to get their exemption forms in, and we would just manually, I submit all the lists to the collector, and then she will take it off their tax bill. So they're not going to see it on their tax bill, but they will be notified. So we had an increase in values this year, but our tax rate went down, so it's now at $15.82 from $16.31. So far, we're almost at the due date period of February 3rd. I've only received 4 abatement applications, so I think I'm happy about that. Not that I don't mind to go visit people.
I mean, it's a game of, per thousand versus evaluation. So the average person, are they getting a tax increase?
Yes, well, everybody's values went up, and
Right,
so.
but the rate went down.
The rate went down, but yeah, so taxes did still go up for some people. Our condos, so from 2018 to 19, our condos went down. So where everybody saw an increase last year and then they saw another increase this year, our condos saw a decrease last year. So now they've kind of jumped back up. But that's really based on sales. So where in 18, we didn't have a lot of condo sales. And that would have been looking at, 19, we would have been looking at sales from calendar year 16 and 17. But this year we've had sales, and that would be looking at 17 and 18. Right. So I think it's more just kind of understanding what they're looking at when they're looking at the tax bill, because you have your total tax amount, but then you're deducting what you've paid for preliminary. So I think people are seeing, because they're going to take their February and May and think that that's what they're paying in a calendar year. But really it's just, I mean, I could do the math, but there was just some confusion. So most people, once you explain it to them, I'm not going to say they're happy, but they leave satisfied with the answer. So going forward, fiscal year 21 is a revaluation year for the town of Southampton. The state went from a triennial period to and my chairman loves this, quinquennial. Every 5 years, Doric Dodds looked that up. So every 5 years now we have to reval the town, where we thoroughly look at everything from house style to streets to land, vacant land, condos. And so we have a vendor that's done it in the past, and we're looking to use that same vendor. He comes in pretty inexpensively as compared to some of the other vendors, the larger companies. And he does our building permits now. And so we're going to have to add that to our budget. So that is pretty much where I'm
It'll be
at.
a one-time
It's a one-time, yes.
till another 5 years.
Until another 5 years.
Doric said quin and, yeah.
Yeah, quinquennial. It's kind of fun, say it. So I think I went through everything. Any questions?
No. Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next listed is Jennifer Day, Treasurer Collector. Hi, Jen.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Jennifer Day, Treasurer Collector. I don't know if I have to say my name again, but, so, let's see. So I'm going to start off with payroll. W-2s were completed last week. They'll be given out with paychecks this week. They were mailed today for all the inactive employees. I'll be attending a Hampshire County Group Insurance Trust meeting tomorrow, where they'll be voting on the fiscal year 21 rates. As of now, like for our budget, I budgeted with a 3% increase because we didn't know where it would be, but I plan to change that once the rate is voted on tomorrow. Right now, the executive committee is recommending no increase, so that could be good. Hopefully that follows through, but we're not sure. I'm gonna knock over the podium. Let's see. So third quarter tax payments are coming in right now, due February 3rd. We just had water bills due on the 13th. Those demands will be going out shortly. Let's see. We're working on leaning fiscal year 19 real estate, so we'll send out one final letter to all the properties that haven't paid for fiscal year 19. It will give them another 30 days to make payment, and then, those will eventually be leaned. Let's see.
Are there a lot of properties in that situation?
There's about 20 right now, so usually after the letter, it really brings it down. So, yeah. But tax-wise, also, it's our busiest time of the year is coming up. Commitment number 1, motor vehicle excise, will be issued in February. So that's due in March. And then in March also, at the beginning of March, we prepare the water bills. And then towards the end of March, we prepare the real estate bills to go out. So it's just a super busy time. Let's see. So tax title. Within the last couple of weeks, we had 2 tax title properties that were redeemed. They weren't really large amounts, but it's good because at least it puts it back onto the tax roll, and, it's still money coming in. We also have 2 cases in land court. One that's located on Edwards Road, another on Cottage Ave. Edwards Road will eventually be foreclosed on. And then Cottage Ave, right now, they gave the homeowner an amount to redeem by a certain date, and then if it's not redeemed, they're asking for final judgment on April 18th, so the property would go to the town. Then we can auction it. It's a condemned property, so it's a property that the building department and Board of Health recommended that we do this so we can auction it, and I guess the building is unsafe, so.
Now, the one on Edwards, is that a building or just
It's just
open?
land.
Just land?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, what else? So I'll be working on a lot of debt service, looking to borrow for a lot of different items right now. We'll be borrowing for the remainder of the water authorization of the 2.7 million. There's a little under $1 million left to borrow on that. 1.6 on the East Street Bridge, the 250 for the dump truck, around 46,000 for fire SUV, the police SUV, Pomeroy Meadow Elementary School, and to refund the rural development loans that the water department currently has. So I'll be working on that and finishing that process. The good thing for the water department is that when we reborrow on those rural development loans, they're going to save about $151,000 in interest. So that's nice. Yeah. What else? And then, so revenue. So revenue is posted through November. So revenue always has a lot of questions. So if you have any,
So the
can ask
report we had
right
says
now.
through 1/16, but it's actually through 11/30/19?
That's through 11/30, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So we're in better shape than what this shows then, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. There's definitely, more revenue to post. We've had a lot of February payments for real estate that, have come in tax-wise, so, and I will get to that. I've been working on the auditor stuff, the budget, almost done there, so I will get back to posting again, but,
Now, the 2 properties that were redeemed, were they large amounts?
no, they were small, but
Oh, well.
still good, for them to be redeemed and back on the taxes.
Sure.
So, but it's under 3,500 for both of them. Yeah, so it's not a lot at all, but, it's good that people came forward to do so. Because it wasn't even the owners of the property. They were property, so, well, it's hard to, the one was on Fomer Road, and it was one where the owners were deceased, I would say back in 2014, 2015, and the daughter did try to donate the property to the town, but the town, didn't want, at the time, the town didn't accept the donation.
Really?
Because it's a landlocked piece of property on Fomer Road by Searles Pond, and it's underwater, so it's, yeah. Is
that it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so I don't, but, so someone did actually come forward and purchase that, so, and then they paid off the taxes.
Good.
Great.
So that's good, but
Landlocked? Even legal?
it's maybe that one. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's all I have right in front of me. Do you have any questions?
I just have a question, and I don't know if it's for you or for Vicki, but just looking on the expense report with the debt servicing, and there's things on there for, that have been there for a while from Pequot Pond and a Larrabee renovation, all those kinds of things. Those are, if I'm understanding that is currently debt
Yes.
that is with the town, and then you are going to be financing soon these various other things that we voted on, right? So we'll, at
Yes,
some point
so
in time,
that's not-
would we have a master list in a couple months or something where we could sort of see what all the various debt is, and how much we're
Yes.
paying on a yearly basis, or whatever that might be? Is there,
Yeah, so you'll have what's there, and then I can,
you'd be adding to this?
what's going forward, I can get that for you, yeah.
Because,
I can even forward you,
just even understanding how many more years we have to go on some of these things. I mean,
yeah, there's a schedule, yeah.
yeah,
What's
I
that?
have a schedule that I
Uh-huh.
can update
Yeah,
yeah,
and take the old years off, because I think.
I know, I
we went all
started
the way
working on
out
one
through
too.
all of
yeah.
them.
yeah,
That would be really helpful, I mean, just as a newbie on the board, just to understand, what debt is being retired, and how much is still on there, how many more years there are to go, and then, whatever great rates you're able to negotiate for the current things
Yeah.
that you're trying to finance. So sometime, I don't know, maybe not within a couple of immediate meetings, but somewhere within the quarter or something, perhaps we could have an updated chart of something like that.
yeah, once it's all, hopefully, the bonding is all complete by April, May, so once it's all complete, then we'll have a better idea.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
I'm good.
You're good? Yeah.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Jen,
Thank you.
you warmed it up for Vicki.
Hi,
Hi, Vicki.
Vicki Morrow, Town Accountant, Pomeroy Meadow Road. We currently, our auditors were here last week for only 3 days. They had a company function on Thursday, so they potentially could come back one other day if they feel they need to come and look through some of our files. If it's something we can't necessarily scan them or fax them or, give them explanations. We did a pretty good job of getting them their information ahead of time, so when they were here, they were really doing more of their analysis work, trends, that they would send us, that we would complete and you know, send back. So right now, there's a part of a list that Jen and I are going to work on tomorrow. Some questions from one of the particular auditor about cash and some other schedules, but I will get with the head, Nadsdea, who is the principal on this team, and see what the outstanding list is, if there's anything that, you know, we may still need to get them. I know I need to work on fixed asset schedule. So there's some things that are kind of outstanding at the moment. And hopefully we can wrap that up in the next week or two to have them send out their management letter and get that back to them with answers so that we can, you know, get it in by March 1st, which is what our continuing disclosure needs, that information pretty much by then. So 19 is all closed, and we got our free cash certified the beginning of November. It was $361,435.
Did you say 3 or 2?
$361,435.
Thanks.
And, you know, we were able to get the tax rate done on time and get the tax bills sent out by the December 31st. And some other DOR reports I had to complete. They're just analysis, informational purposes were done, you know, by the end of the calendar year, December. Currently, we are working on always paying bills, you know, helping departments with their budgets, trying to gain access to some federal government information so that we can apply for grants. It's kind of a convoluted process to try and create the account, link it to our DUNS number, all that. So I worked with the fire chief, and now I'm working with the police chief to try and get all that squared away so that, you know, we're able to get those federal funds that he's applied for grants and he's gotten them, but we need to set up this account so that they can actually give us the money. It's new this year. We didn't kind of have to do that before when, you know, we got stuff from the DOJ or whatever, but so it's kind of a convoluted process. It's, you know, you can't get answers very easily either, so anyway, we're working on that. And just trying to keep on top of the expenses, if there's anything that's potentially going to be negative. You know, once Jen enters the receipts, posting those take a little bit of time. Making sure, you know, everything's in balance between all the reports that I have, stuff like that. So it's definitely busy, so.
Any questions for Vicki about this part, and then we'll move into the revenue expenses? Questions?
Just maybe one. I think we're still trying to dispose of some of these old vehicles, right? And some IT equipment and stuff. We haven't done that yet. Is that right? For them to come back into the general fund yet?
No, they have not.
Yeah. We're still working on that? Okay.
I don't know that we're
Okay.
disposing of anything, so
Okay.
I guess I'll gather that information at some point.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Vicki. We put you right, we moved up the FY 2020 budget review and expenditures. So everybody got a copy of that. And we'll go ahead and start with the revenue report.
And now that we know it's from 11:30, it makes it
Yeah.
a little better,
Yeah.
yeah.
3 months behind, yeah.
Yep. Anything jump out at anybody, or any questions for Vicki?
One of the things that came out is that the building permit expenses are up, but the collections by the, you know, the plumbing, electrical, and all that are down, but that just could be timing issue.
The expenses, you said, for plumbing and electrical?
No, the
Oh.
revenue. I was looking at building permits, they're at 58%, and the revenue is 42 for plumbing, 46. So they're down a little less than actual permit numbers, but again, that's just probably timing.
Probably a timing issue, correct, yep.
Yeah, because just jumping back on what John had to say, because some of them are significantly lower what the actual is than what was estimated as the revenue for some of the department income. And I'm just wondering, you're saying it's timing, and we'll get there.
Yes.
I would
Okay.
think any building permits.
Any building permits, any
Issue
Board of
now, yeah.
Health, those types of things, it's a little bit slower in the wintertime.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough to gauge, for instance, the police department or the fire or the highway. Those estimates are pretty much,
Those are the ones I'm looking at.
yeah, those are estimates based, you know, the DOR recommends a 3-year average. When you enter it into your recap. And so it's hard because, you know, John maybe not have fire permits just started this month, you know, to get fire permits. And so those aren't in there yet because people haven't come forward. You know, I don't know what his schedule is in terms of inspections for fire, you know, I don't know what his schedule is, so he might not have gotten to those yet in order to put those in. And some of those might be, you know, from December and part of January that, you know, Jen is still working on because
Okay.
Okay.
the tax bills had to go out first.
But all the department revenue is also as of November 30th?
All of
Nothing
it is
beyond that?
correct, yep.
The whole thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So those are a timing issue regardless of if you're in November, you know, February, April, whichever, based on the cyclical nature of some of those departments and based on, you know, what people's needs are when they, you know, if you don't have any new developments, you won't have as many curb cuts as you thought. You might think, okay, I'm going to have this much in curb cuts and trenches, but then that development gets pushed back because of some paperwork or whatnot, so that doesn't come into play for a couple months or even next fiscal year. So it's kind of hard to, you think, oh yeah, well, we know these are going in, it's just an example. But we don't, it doesn't come to fruition because of the builder, because of permits, weather, who knows? So those types of things do happen, for sure. The ones that are pretty constant are the alcoholic beverage licenses and all those, because those are done November timeframe, and they go out pretty much every year at the same time, unless you get new, you know, new businesses with victrola licenses and stuff like that, so.
Just a question, if I can, Rudy? For the transfers in on the water enterprise and the transfer station funds, those are revenue coming in now. Those have been transferred out of the expense side of those two funds, from what I understand, right?
They will not be done until the end of the year. They'll be done on an actual basis. So it's based on the indirect costs for those water and transfer station are based on the actual costs of what they use for wages, because the fringes are based upon how much they use for wages. Okay. So if you base your fringes on wages of your budget, which was like 50 grand, but you only spent 20 grand, you can't be charging them for the 50 grand when they didn't even use that much in wages. So we always do it at the end of the year. You can do it quarterly, you can do it biannually, or you can do it at the end of the year. And it's easier to do it at the end of the year. So
like, I'm looking at the expense report for both of those. So it looks like the money was transferred out of the transfer station fund and the water enterprise fund to put into the general fund. Am I not right on that?
So if you look at your expense report and you're looking at, say, water, for instance, there is money in their budget. They have to account for that when they put their budget together at the beginning of the fiscal year, and so the budget part is the $93,946.
Right.
The actual expended isn't in there yet because it won't be calculated till the end of the year.
Correct.
So that's why that is blank right now. And under actual expended, it's 0. Okay. The other part is the budget part that we approved at town meeting to say, yes, we're going to approve for you to be able to cover with your water fees this $93,946.
Okay.
Are there any other expense questions? I think we're right around 60%,
55, yeah.
55?
Yeah, I mean, there was a few of them that were outliers. I mean, general highway expense was 75, tree warden 77, health department director salary 77, ambulance was 81, but most of them looked like they were right in line or lower.
General highway expense, he had to fix some equipment that cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, when it comes to the highway, it's like winter's sort of, so I don't worry too much
So
about
when you
him.
got to spend 5, 6, 7, 8 grand to fix one vehicle, that eats up a big chunk of your budget.
And he's always been good with bringing it back in line. so.
Yes, definitely. And tree warden, he definitely had some trees due to the storms and whatnot that, came all at once.
Yep.
He does usually spend more than what's in that budget because there are quite a few trees that he needs to take care of. You can't be fooling around with not taking trees down, if they fall on someone's property, someone's car, that kind of thing. If it's on town property and it happens to, block the road or whatnot. So he's pretty diligent about that. But he, maybe this year's budget, he'll be able to get a little bit more money to.
Yeah, there was an article.
Yeah, there's an article in
Yeah,
there.
but I mean, just for 21 budget, maybe, because we see a trend of him always using that 10 or 12 grand, maybe we should put it in there to begin with, this coming
Yeah.
year.
And historically, it used to be at 2, then it went to 5 when I was on finance. Now it's 10. I mean, it's such a small amount. One storm just kills the
Yeah,
budget.
and it was at 10 when I first started, it was 12, and then it went to 10, and then it got brought back down, then it got brought back up. So it's not quite where it was back in 2012.
Those little departments have
Yeah.
get really hit at budget cuts.
Certain times, yes, yep.
Gotta keep that in mind,
And Karski
yeah.
before him did a lot.
He did a lot, yeah.
Grown.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, so
exactly.
that was, it was definitely a little bit easier, I think.
Now, we were talking about revenue, and it's kind of a segue off, but do we know the status of the property up here, the old JPs and all that? I saw the for sale, then I thought I saw sold, then I didn't see the sign anymore, because that's revenue that's, if it indeed gets sold to a nonprofit, it's going to come off the list. Does anybody know where that sale is? If-
You have to ask Jen.
So they were supposed to close between the 14th and the 16th, which was last week,
Yeah.
and it didn't happen. So it got pushed to this week. I'm not sure if it's happening this week or not. I mean, I know it has to do with the well. There's holdup due to the well in the basement and DEP signing off, so.
Okay, so hopefully, well,
But
It's
it is a nonprofit, therefore it'll come off. We'll lose
I
the
think that was about
tax revenue.
Well,
12,000 in taxes?
so if, yes, the new owner would come off the tax revenue.
Yeah. So 12 grand in incidentals, I think we calculated total of 14 at one point. So that's a chunk of change.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
I
it's
know.
good whatever goes in
Yeah.
there is successful, but it's still
Yeah.
money we got to figure out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions for Vicki on the revenue expense report? All right, thanks a lot, Vicki.
Thanks, Vicki.
Thank you.
Any updates on the East Street Bridge, Mass Works?
Yes, they're about at 95% of design at this point in time. They're ready to submit to Mass DOT for their review. And the other thing I was wondering, I was thinking in my own mind that it might be a good time to actually have them come in and do a presentation to the Select Board. So I was wondering if you'd like to have them do that either at February 4th, preferably, or February 18th.
What do you think?
Sooner the better. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check their availability and see if they're available from the 4th to come in.
Okay.
Select Board reports. Who would like to start?
John?
Yeah, that's fine. You want me to start this end, or you want to start that end, Chris?
I'm happy to start if you want.
Go for it.
All right.
Start in the middle.
I was unable to make the last PQB meeting. I was away for work. That was last week. School committee, next meeting is tomorrow, which I'll be attending, January 22nd, 5:30 at the Norris School. And for capital improvement, we got together to organize the capital improvement projects for the year across the town departments. And we have scheduled meetings with the individual town departments on the following dates. So January 23rd, we have a meeting at 5 p.m. scheduled for the following departments: police, fire, town administrator. And we have a meeting scheduled on January 30th at 7 p.m. for highway building, EMD, and emergency management director and Norris. So please come and attend if you're interested in any of those projects.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of meetings here. Community Preservation met January 8th. We did a bit of a review of the proposed bylaw, and then also we heard about another potential proposal coming in, and we're still waiting on finalized budget estimates for the others that had presented some concepts back before the holidays. And so hopefully within the next month or so, we should be seeing some real proposals that we can act on. There's one that's been approved by CPC to be added onto the warrant for the special town meeting. It's a small amount. And other than that, we've had the Board of Assessors meeting, as Martha has already talked about. We spent time also looking at the proposed budget for their fiscal '21 needs, as well as the property reval that she's mentioned and what that might cost us. Council of Aging met on January 8th. They also reviewed their draft bylaw and made some final changes on that. We spent time also looking at their FY21 budget needs and the hours needed for both the director and the assistant director. Some ideas in terms of increased programming that they're looking into, which include Zumba and Tai Chi, which are apparently already in practice, but they're looking to expand those and make those more regular, I guess, in terms of their services. They're also working on developing a survey to better address the needs and understand the needs of seniors in town. And that's something that hopefully will get developed within the next couple of months and sent out. Let's see. The other one, master plan. We had, as you remember, Mike Rosenberg had presented to the Select Board back in November, and since then we've only had one master plan meeting in early December, I believe it was, before the holidays, to talk about how that presentation went and where we might take next steps. From the Select Board meeting, we had agreed that we want to have a tri-party meeting, if we'll call it that, from Master Plan, Planning, and Select Board. And at our MPIC meeting in December, we had talked about having a first meeting with planning first, just to sort of get our ducks in a row and make sure that we were on the same wavelength with planning, since there were so many things in the master plan that really landed in planning board's lap, and we really wanted to better understand how many kinds of things they were working on, from bylaws to other necessary changes. So we had a joint meeting on January 9th where planning board came to the MPIC meeting and had a good discussion about that. It was really very useful because of the technical knowledge of the folks on the planning board compared to most of us. And then we had a follow-up meeting. We joined in, not really per se, but several of the MPIC folks joined in on the next planning board meeting on January 15th to hear more what they were doing, and also to talk about the possibility of a DLTA grant, which I guess will come up later on in the agenda tonight. So we've had some initial discussions there. And then I think lastly, Concom will have a special meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock here to talk about a grant they're working on submitting for a Mass Trails grant to work on the Manhan Trail, Manhan Sanctuary area. I think that's it for now.
Okay. Other committees that I'm on won't be meeting for till the next week or so, but the bylaw committee continues to meet almost on a weekly basis. We'll be going over some bylaws tonight that were submitted for special town meeting consideration and have been reviewed by the attorney. They'll be moving forward. All told, of the almost 50 articles in the town's general bylaws, we've completed revision of 20 plus articles. Those are in various stages of review, either by committees, the attorneys, the select board. So there are things in the pipeline. They're just not coming forward as quickly as we had hoped. So this is going to be a little longer process than we anticipated, but we'll get there. So we'll consider these 4 tonight, and the town will get to vote on them on February 11th. Thank you.
And it? Okay. From my point of view, the Finance Committee hasn't met since the last Select Board meeting. Last meeting was the 23rd of December, but we're meeting again on the 27th. And that committee is short 2 members, so we're looking for 2 members, 2 residents to serve on that committee, which is an important committee, especially during the budget process. So if anybody out there is interested in serving until the May election, if you could see Ed, that would be much appreciated. The Norris Teachers Contract Negotiating Committee met January 6th. We're going to meet again on January 23rd. That's executive session, so can't invite you to that one. The Greenway Committee hasn't met actually since September. So I talked to Paul Fergo, who's the chair, last week when I saw him at the Planning Committee meeting. And Ed, Paul, and I are going to schedule a meeting to sit down and find out what we need to do to push that forward, because that's been kind of hanging out there for a while, and there's monies that we want to make sure we don't lose. The Planning Committee, it's met twice since the last Select Board meeting. Chris has already gone over the Master Planning Implementation joint meeting and the update last week at that. A couple of points of interest is they're looking at a new subdivision called the Gill Farm that's going through the process. I forget, Francine and Chris, you were at that meeting too. Where is that located? Do you remember? Pequot Road?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 9-unit, I believe. Yeah, Cindy, yeah. They're all 9 units because once they hit 10, they go into the lower income housing. Affordable housing. I use the right term. Yeah, PC is not always my best, sorry. But you know, the good intentions are there. I have a question, Cindy. You're on the planning board. There was an A&R for Chapter 61 land where they're taking 1 lot out of it for families. And so the process, they just have to go to the planning board for an A&R. They don't have to notify anybody else? I meant to ask you at that meeting, but I missed you.
Cindy Palmer, 71 Glendale. I don't think I'm the one to tell you. I think it's our assessors that has to tell you the process for Chapter 61. But I did ask the question because I knew that I was aware that that property was in Chapter, and because it's family and it's A&R only, it's only approval not required. But maybe our assessor can tell us how that process works when a property has been in Chapter lands.
Yeah, because the person that went there basically said there was no other process except getting an A&R, which carves a lot out of that.
What property?
The one was Former Road, Lot 1.
Former Road, yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen a plan yet. I've heard speculation there's been things going on, but I have not seen anything. So it's in chapter land, forestry, purchased from the Waynes. If he is building for his family, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay. If he is building to sell to someone not a family member or affiliated with the logging of the property, yes, we have a year of right of first refusal, and we go back. I think we can go back, I forget, for the rollback or penalty tax, and that might actually be a conveyance, which would be a higher amount because he has not owned it more than 10 years.
Okay. So I believe the A&R was signed off on, correct, Cindy?
By the planning board, they signed up the A&R.
Right. Then they have to submit it to the assessor.
Family, do they have a requirement to go to the assessors and say, we're building this, we intend to build, and they're just notifying you? How does that work?
Well, when they sign and do the A&R, you got to sign off on the Mylar, if you will. Don't they have to bring that to the assessor's office and give the original?
Yes, and I do have that. Okay. I didn't look at it yet. I just pulled it out of my mailbox tonight. Yeah, they can subdivide it as much as they want until that plan is then recorded at the registry, and I think
They have to notify the state.
Well, the forestry aspect, but if they're, I would have to look into that. If it's a family member that will be building, but they're entitled to that without any consequences. It could be a courtesy to let us know, but they will have to let the forester know, because if they have a completely, a parcel that is completely used for logging, then they have to notify them, because the forestry plan will not include open fields, building lots, so they'll have to have it amended. So nothing's come across my desk until I just pulled the plan out of my box, and I haven't even looked at it. So that's, I'll find out what the requirement is of just building for a family member. To me, courtesy would, you should tell us, but they should notify the forester, and the forester does notify us with amended plans, either with name changes or changing the plan itself. So I will look into that, but do we know if it's for somebody other than family, or is it for family?
Yeah, but I just didn't know if there was a process tied to that, even though it was family. That's why I wanted to ask. So another question, and disassociated with this owner, because it's just so if I own 100 acres of Chapter 61 land, and I cut out 30 acres and let my son build a house on it, and he decided X amount of time down the road to develop it, what happens? Is there a time frame or something there, or?
So I would say it would go from the time that the property was deeded to him.
Yeah.
That would be, so if he does something to change his own 30-acre lot and subdivide that for other purposes, then I would say the date that plan was.
5 years?
5 years?
Well, 5 years would be if you've owned it more than 10 years, you would go back 5. But there is a clause to prevent you from purchasing and then selling after the purchase.
Right.
I would have to look back. It gets really jumbled with the right of first refusal and that time frame and rollback and conveyance tax and that. But it is a steeper penalty for those who purchase chapter land, file an affidavit to keep it in chapter land, and then decide to pull it. It's because I think that's where you go back 10.
Okay.
But I would have to look.
Just
into
seems
that.
like these things could slip through, do an A
They
on it.
have.
When you look, could you somehow create a
Yeah.
document that's clear to me and others that, so
Of
we
the
know
process?
Of the entire process, so that
Yes.
this kind of question comes up, that'd be helpful.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So there was a question on a zoning determination on some property on College Highway where Sunoco Station is. A gentleman is interested in maybe putting a retail cannabis outlet there, and he's trying to determine the zoning. So the planning board sent him off to check into that, but that would be interesting if there is zoning for that. Let me see what else we have here. Public Safety Building Committee. They haven't met, Charlie, you're here since what, 26th of December or something like that? That's the last on there. And it seems like we keep going on in this. So with Charlie here, I mean, I think we need as a board and the committee to decide what we want to do, because I was over at the fire station on Saturday morning, and I was talking to some of the firefighters and EMTs in the trailer. While the trailer is nice, it's a nice place for them to be and all that, one of the issues that came up is when they back those diesel trucks into the garage, you've got all that diesel smoke in there. And on TV recently, there was a made-for-TV movie based on, current events type of deal, and also a movie or a discussion more factual about that being carcinogenic, the diesel fumes and all that stuff. So they had some issues about that. So I wanted to bring it forward, and since you're here, it'd be ideal to talk about what we can do. Because I think there's land out there. If we don't get the land on College Highway, which is on our agenda, then we need to look at other land to go after And do we want to go after it by, do you want to sell it, or do we want to go after it by the town saying we need this land for that property? Because if one of our firefighters or medical personnel come down with some illnesses or diseases related to that building, and we're well aware of the deficiencies there, I think it's going to come back to haunt us, and we really owe them a proper place to be. So did that put you on the spot or no?
Certainly put me on the spot. I didn't walk in here to talk about this.
Well,
I actually came here with Matt's homework. So let me get rid of Matt's homework before I get going.
Is there a plan, Charlie, to have a Public Safety Committee meeting? Is there one on the agenda coming up?
There's nothing on the agenda right now. The discussion relative to what you brought up is, I met with the fire chief pertaining to the capital committee, and there's basically about a couple $100,000 worth of equipment that wants to be purchased to be put in that station to deal with all the issues there. But the feeling was, why spend the money there and then move forward with a public safety complex, because it'd be just money thrown away over the course of a couple of years.
I guess my quick comment is, if it saves somebody from getting cancer or something like that, because safety complex is a couple of years away minimal.
I'm figuring 4 to 5.
Yeah, so
anyways, when the Public Safety Committee met, the Public Safety Committee is in this quandary of, we hear about the land on College Highway, but we don't see any action happening there. We know that if we go to purchase land in town, you're probably looking at $500,000 to purchase land. We did put that together so that the Capital Committee could see that in the scope of work coming forward. But we've been sort of watching this board and sitting back and trying to feel what direction, because the Public Safety Committee, over the course of the years that I've been involved in it, which is over a dozen years, ramps up, gets moving, everything else, and then all of a sudden the select board or the town voters say, no, that's not the direction we want. Our original charge was to build it on town property. That was one of the reasons we moved so far ahead with the property adjacent to this building. Then we were basically told by numerous people, we don't think that that's a suitable site, we should be someplace
It
else.
was over $1 million in excavating.
Yes.
That's part of the problem.
yeah,
Yeah.
site
It was, the
prep.
price tag was too high.
But
So the
decide-
town has the right to vote against something that's
underst-
going to cost them too much money.
I understand that, but here we go back with the other argument of it's going to cost us $500,000 to buy some land.
But we also had a donation possibly of a land that fell through. So there are all options on the table. I think that the Public Safety Committee should schedule a meeting and come up with some recommendations and come to the select board.
Yeah, but wait, did that offer fall through? I mean, there was, without going too crazy.
Yeah, you're going to go crazy if you go
Yeah.
that.
I
It's a
don't think we have
college
time
highway.
to go through all that again, but
It may still
anyway.
be there, but it hasn't. I mean,
There was
Ed could give us an update on the attorneys. I suppose it's a good time to drag you into this, Ed. Is there any update on the 2 attorneys talking on the College Highway property?
No.
None, okay. And the other thing is, over the last couple of days, I was going through the land in town that was for sale, in my mind, which may not pan out, but there seems to be a few properties that could be available, but they're either on one side or the other side of town. And I know in the past we've said, because we're in the center of town, the insurance for these people in here is less because they're within X amount of minutes. And if we shift it, north or south, the insurance base is going to change. Maybe the people here will have a little higher insurance, people out there a little less insurance. But I mean, at some point, we got to say, hey, that's just the way it is. If a property closer to Westfield is there, let's take it. And if the taxes, individual taxes for insurance change on some homeowners, that's fine, because these folks over here get a little benefit now for the next 20 years, and these will pay a little more. I don't think we can look at it the same way anymore, because if something happens to the firefighters and the medical folks over there, it's going to cost us a lot more than $500,000 for So I think we need to put the meeting together again.
I think that'd be a good idea.
I have no problem calling a meeting and discussing this again. The insurance underwriters that you're referring to basically gave us a half-mile radius
Right.
around the present fire station, that if it stays within that half-mile radius, it's going to not increase insurances
Right.
on anybody in town. It's going to stay the status quo. If we move outside that radius, let's say hypothetically, we move towards,
Westville.
I don't know, former road in the highway department area, then the people that are at the other end of Palmer Meadow Road may see a slight increase in their insurance. I don't know how much dollars we're talking about. I don't think we're talking a lot of money here, you know, but
But
that's how they use their formula.
That has always been a deterrent. Well, if we do that, it's going to increase, but I think we need
I
to
think it's worth relooking
just put that
at.
into the calculation as we're looking.
I mean, is there any way that we can have the lawyers just talk to one another? I mean, there was a plausible reason for why those discussions stalled on
Could
Well-
we actually get back to the select board reports, if you don't mind? We have a lot of agenda items, and I think we're getting a little bit off track. That'd be okay?
You're looking at
This
me.
was
Yeah.
kind of on the,
Yeah. Is it on the?
my reporting for
further?
the safety
Okay.
complex, yeah.
Okay.
That's why. So can we agree to put a meeting together and
Yeah,
we can
that's not-
discuss it further?
I don't
And
have
we'll
a
let you
problem with
folks
that.
know, so if you folks want to come, okay, that'd be great.
Yep.
Let me see what else we have here,
Should I walk away?
if you dare.
Well, you're making up for a lot of time,
I'd
John.
run if I had run.
Ed, do we want to talk about the mediation meeting at the end of the month or no? Okay. Okay, I think I'm all set, thanks.
So, Chris, thanks for covering the Council of Aging meeting. I will be able to get back on the schedule for February. Open Space Review Committee has a meeting on Thursday night at 6 o'clock upstairs, and the Board of Health met on, I think, on the 14th of this month. A lot of it was focused on budget for the warrant for this particular article, but also the beginning look at the FY 21 budget, and also I think there was some discussion around, what do you call, we appointed Nicole and Alex Touchette. Nicole,
Feds viewers.
field drivers.
Field drivers.
Yeah, so Alex Touchette and Nicole Fletcher were appointed field drivers, so Alex came in and there was a discussion, and it basically has to do with chasing loose animals and managing loose animals, and so it was a very interesting discussion, to say the least, but they're also looking at budget and liability and some other things that would be important for them in order to carry out this role. So we'll probably hear some more about that. And Shelley here is the chair. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about the Board of Health meeting? Okay, so that's pretty much it on that. Town Administrator report?
Sure. Let's see, Randall Kemp Highway Superintendent has been working with Patty Gambarini of the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission for an update of our stormwater codes through a DLTA grant. We'll be having a kickoff meeting this Friday, January 24th at 10 a.m. at the Highway Garage to cover the work that has been done to date. The Planning Board and Conservation Commission have been invited to send a representative to attend that meeting. The Park Commission formally voted to reject all the construction bids for the Labrie Field Fieldhouse project, as both bids which were received exceeded the budget and were considerably over the estimate for the project which the architects had originally developed. Follow up on John, we are looking for 2 town resident voters to volunteer and serve on the Finance Committee until the May 2020 annual town election, and also 3 resident volunteers for the Conservation Commission to fill the current 3 vacancies on that committee, and 1 resident to fill the current vacancy on the Park Commission until the next annual town election in May 2021. Or actually May 2020. We are also looking for 1 resident to serve as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals and 1 resident to serve as an alternate member on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and 1 member and 1 alternate for the Agricultural Commission. So if anybody's interested, please reach out to us.
Can I just add to your list, there are 2 vacancies on the Bylaws Advisory Committee as well,
Oh.
if anybody's interested.
Let's see, several of our interior exit light signs at Town Hall have been upgraded to also contain emergency lighting capabilities, and 3 of our exterior lights, which were not working, which serve as emergency lighting, were replaced to stay in compliance with our building statutes. Also, we had BG Mechanical repair an issue with our hot water system in the Town Hall. As Vicki said, the auditors from Melanson and Heath were in here last week doing their in-house field work, and hopefully we'll be able to get them anything that they need remotely so that they don't have to come back for a day. The request to the departments, boards, and committees for submittal of their 2019 annual town reports have been sent out via email and letter by Judy Zadonis, and she has already received several completed reports back. Is the select board still interested in attending a 5-town meeting along with the finance committee members? And if so, would you have some potential dates to be considered between now and the end of February to throw out to the other towns? And then I have been contacted with some interest by someone who's interested in establishing a marijuana grow facility here in town and is interested in negotiating a host agreement. So we'll see where that goes. And then also just to confirm that both the Master Plan Implementation Committee and the Planning Board have confirmed that they would like to utilize the February 25th Tuesday date with the Select Board for the 3-committee joint meeting. And then lastly, upcoming Select Board meetings, February 4th, the 11th before the special town meeting, and the 18th.
And the 25th with a joint meeting.
Yeah.
That's one every week.
Are there any questions for Ed?
Well, he asked if we're interested in attending a 5-town meeting, so with the finance committee, so I'd like to say yes.
I would too.
I would also.
And would you like to offer up any dates for your potential availability?
In February, we can't do it Tuesday.
Finance Committee usually meets Monday?
Monday at 5:30. Next meeting is the 27th, which is next week.
So could we piggyback on theirs following their finance committee meeting? Could we do something like at 6:30?
So would it occur here? That involves the 5
Well, if they
towns?
would come here.
My guess is
Might be a short notice.
if it's a joint meeting, the finance committee would probably not do
Their own
a
business.
full meeting, because they're normally fairly short, unless there's a lot of PCFs and all that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying after their meeting concludes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess we need to decide the venue and then the date from that.
Can I suggest maybe we go to March? That way we can finance them after the 27th. I don't know what they have scheduled. By then, we'll know more of the,
They will be voting on the school budget.
March,
okay,
in March.
okay.
Voted on March 2nd.
So that's a good point.
So we would want to meet,
We want to meet before then?
You want to be along before that.
That's not that far away.
March 3rd, the preliminary one sent out to the towns if they want to come again a year.
So when will we know what the HRHS budget is, or preliminary budget? You're saying the 3rd of March?
The preliminary
Yeah.
will be
February 3rd.
Okay, so we should meet after that, so we have that. So, how
Now, is there-
about the 5th or 6th or 7th?
Is there somebody from the other towns that made this request, or is this because it was helpful last time to?
No, the other towns are interested, and
Yeah.
they just said, okay, and I thought it would be a good way for us to start
Yep.
maybe the conversation again with reaching out for some dates.
And
Yeah, we
last
had
time we all met here.
Well, we met at Westhampton one time, too.
Yeah, right,
But we started that by asking
right.
to meet, so I think we should continue it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the first week in February?
I'm not sure what's on the agenda, but maybe we can do it at our board meeting, or in lieu of, or the 5th or
On the
6th.
4th.
Pardon?
No, yeah, the 4th, I think, would be getting ready for the special town meeting.
Okay.
So
5th or 6th?
probably 5th or 6th would work better.
You good with that?
I'm fine.
Me
Either
too.
one of them works for me. How about you folks?
It's fine.
Either Wednesday or Thursday is okay with me, the 5th or 6th.
Okay,
Any other dates?
well, 5 or 6, that's pretty good. I think we, 5 of us are available for 2 dates. I think that's a record. And you're asking for 3rd?
There's 5 towns here, so.
Right.
Well,
Want to propose any other dates?
how about the 13th, of Thursday? after we get through town meeting.
Okay, that works for me.
That'll work for me.
All right.
February 13th?
I'll throw those out.
Actually, I will not be available the 5th, but that shouldn't deter us.
The 5th?
Yeah.
I mean, 5th and 6th are our first choices and go from there, right?
Or 6 and 13?
I mean, I'm okay doing it on a Friday too. If you, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, Friday's a little bit more difficult for me. How's that? 16, 13, all of us can attend, 5th, 4 of us can.
Can,
This is 5th, 6th, and 13th, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I just have a question. Is it possible to put the vacancies for the various committees on a notice when people sign into the special town meeting? Is that allowed, or would that generate any interest, do you think?
can we have it at,
Oh,
Mr. Moderator.
yes. Is that allowed?
Robert Floyd, Town Moderator. I can announce it before the meeting.
Okay, great.
can we have it as an agenda item to discuss that, the participation of residents and all that? Would that be a
If
good
it's
thing?
an article, yes.
Oh, okay,
No.
no way to phrase that then. Yeah,
Well, like we do the scholarships,
right,
made that an article.
okay. Thank you.
I can announce it before and I can
Okay.
after.
I just have a couple of other questions, Ed. On the Labrie Field bids, will they just, suspend it for a while and then try to rebid it later on, or?
They're trying to figure out at this point in time if they can change the scope of the building or what they had included in that bid to bring it down. But right now, construction bids on average are coming in about 40% above the estimates. This was about 36%, so I don't know if in any time soon of just rebidding it would bring it down that much. They were actually about a little over $100,000 off.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ed? The next is ratification of the MOA with the police union, NEPBA Local 130.
Yeah, and this MOA reflects what we had negotiated with them both through the negotiation process and then when the JLMC mediators came in and did a mediation session with us.
Well, this is everything
Ed,
we shared.
pardon? I just had one question. It's just a technical one on the actual contract. The copy I had at the very end said Southampton Emergency Telecommunications Dispatch.
And I've changed that.
Okay,
And it actually, this had been reviewed by both myself and the police union, and neither one of us had caught that, so.
so that's changed on the final version.
That's changed in the MOA, and then once the MOA is ratified for both sides, both management and union, these items will get written into the actual contract, which we'll then have to sign again.
Okay.
And both of these contracts would go back to July 1?
They're retroactive to July 1st, 2018, because the, I'll say, current or contract that is actually still in effect expired on June 30th, 2018.
Okay. Wow.
So this contract would expire on, would be a 3-year and would expire on June 30th, 2021. So we'll be back at the table fairly soon.
Yeah.
I make a comment?
Yeah.
When Ed and I met with JLMC, specifically with the police union, I got to say, I was very impressed by the folks that were representing the police union. They were very professional, but it was real clear they were there to be fair, and they loved their jobs, and they wanted to stay in town, and they were very open to what we were talking about and discussing. It wasn't about how much can we get for our police department. They wanted to be fair. They wanted to discuss it, and I was very impressed on how they handled it. So just wanted to
That's
say
nice,
that.
thanks.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? Would someone like to make a motion?
Please.
I'll make a motion. We ratify the MOA with the police union, Local 130. You want to do both of them at once, or?
Whatever you like. Fine.
Okay, and also the MOA with Dispatchers Union, Local 115.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Further questions? Just give me a minute to see if I made notes on the other one then.
Just had one small one on the dispatchers one, the section that talks about the callback and call-in pay. That obviously applies on the police side. It also applies to the dispatchers? The wording seemed to be...
They're both represented, had been represented by the same union representatives, and they both changed. So
Okay.
yes, that wording is exact in both of them.
Okay. Seemed a little odd for the dispatchers, but okay. Got it.
Yeah, a question on that. In both contracts, for the callback is a minimum of 3 hours. But then the option to retain, we're talking for report writing, an additional 3 hours, or could that be the 3 hours if they do report writing? So we're talking, do you know what I'm saying, Ed?
No.
Okay, it's in the same, not the same sentence, but the same paragraph. Callback would be a minimum of 3 hours at time and a half. And then there is the option for both the police and the dispatcher for the chief to request an additional, it doesn't say additional, it just says to retain the officer for the 3-hour period to complete any paperwork or investigation. So that's callback and paperwork, are they one and the same? That's what it's
I would
kind
say
of
it's
reading to me.
two different things.
Okay.
Call back, you've left, you're called back in. The other one would be, you're here, I'm retaining you.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
I'm not sure if I'm reading the right one, but 1801 at the top of the page says, for a 3-hour period to compensate any paperwork or an investigation or to provide coverage. And if the officer is released from the callback prior to the completion of the 3 hours minimum pay in the same incident or unrelated call or incident requires the officer to return work, the officer shall be compensated for only those hours actually worked beyond the initial 3-hour callback and not an additional 3-hour minimum.
Correct.
So does that answer that question?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the same
1801.
paragraph, and it says, okay, I'm fine.
Okay.
I have a question on the dispatcher one, Ed, when it talks about the pay.
Yep.
Is this figure right, 15.3115 per hour?
Yes. Because when we do percentages, our town accountant, Vicky Morrow, will calculate those out, and it's very possible that it comes out to
Okay, just
an
wanted
odd
to double
cent.
check.
And that was what was in the previous pay scale.
Okay. Any other questions about the police contract and the dispatchers? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, that was a long but good process. Next on the agenda then is state IT grant.
Yes, and we did receive, even though it wasn't the $46,000 amount that we had originally put in for, we did receive $6,300 to replace and put in a new backup system for our server, and also to install a secure sonic wall for Wi-Fi use. So in your packets is the state contract to receive that $6,300 to do those two projects. and it needs approval and the signature of the chair of the select board that would make me the authorized signatory for that IT grant.
Do you want a motion to make Ed the signatory? Is that?
Yeah, and for the chair to sign the form where.
Okay, so you want a motion to
That would
have
be
the chair
great.
sign?
Please.
Okay, so I'll make the motion. Select board chair can sign the grant.
But that Ed also, right?
Ed can be a sig-
Designate Ed as
Yeah,
the,
as the authorized
And-
signatory.
Okay, and Ed's the authorized signatory.
I'll second that.
discussion? I have a question. I know that it's a standard state contract, but I don't know what page I have, but it's the page where it says authorized signature name. And the title says contractor legal name, Town of Southampton, contractor, vendor, customer. Down on the bottom there, before it's the signature, it just, I don't know if you can change it because it's a standard contract, but it just, see how it says after retire, there's a period? It just doesn't make sense, the statement. It says, whenever the authorized signatures above retire are otherwise terminated from, so it's just a edit, it's just a typo, but
Yeah.
that's all right.
I'm
I
not-
thought it changed the meaning, but it doesn't.
And when I look at the originals, it still kind of looks like a period, but it also looks like it might have a faint tail.
Oh,
It
okay.
just could be a
All right.
printing
When I
piece
first
that
read
it
it, it
was a
looked like it
comma.
was a content change, but it really was just a small thing. Okay, are we ready to vote then? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Draft bylaws from Bylaw Review Committee for review and consideration for special town meeting. Warrant back from town council.
Okay.
Thank you.
And in your packet, you have the bylaws which were reviewed by town council and her comments on them. And then what I did as far as the actual warrants to this point in time, since I'm not exactly sure what may stay or come out or what edits may be accepted or not, I actually developed two different special town meeting warrants at this point in time. One that reflects or has the original language from the Bylaw Review Committee, and one that has the language which is recommended by town council.
So you sent her how many, about, Ed, 10, 12? And we have 4 back.
Correct.
Okay.
And some of the other ones, she'll has some questions, but didn't want to send them along at this time to make it
Okay.
confusing for both the Bylaw Review Committee and for the Select Board.
I mean, I was pleased that the edits were minimal, I think.
So there are 4 that we are considering putting in front of the voters, is that right?
Correct.
And the first one, let's start with the first one, Article 1, Town Meeting. Just want to make sure everybody's looking at the final version. Is the only final version the one that's in our packet? So what you send is the packet, but the Select Board meeting is not the final version?
Well, you've actually got 3 versions. You've got the versions that came back from town council with their comments on it, and then you have 2 versions of the actual warrant. One which reflects the original language from the Bylaw Review Committee, and the second one which would actually reflect the language that was suggested by town council.
That's not confusing.
So maybe for this discussion, easiest to go through what came back from town council with their comments?
In the warrant, so.
Well, in here. right after the IT grant, not in the warrant itself.
Why wouldn't it be the same thing?
Well, you're not going to see the comments from the town council in the warrant.
So you'll just see the,
You'll just see the language.
change.
But other than the comments, they're essentially the same.
Yeah, these are.
Yes.
The comment, yeah, if you don't have
Okay.
the comments, they are the same, they should be the
Okay.
same.
And the version that's in the warrant incorporates her recommendations, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the ones with the changes are, they say January 15th down below, I believe, right?
Yeah.
With the comments, yeah.
And just so you know, this was gone over with the moderator and the assistant moderator, in addition to the committee.
Yep, so the first comment on the town meeting one was commented MR1, and the statement was Section 5, any town meeting requiring bonding, the moderator may require a paper ballot vote. I am unclear the purpose of this change. The moderator has the ability to require any vote to be taken by paper ballot under the proposal revisions to Section 4, and I believe this may have to actually do or reference back to the fact that currently under the general government bylaw is the requirement for any vote on a borrowing requirement at town meeting be done by paper ballot. So I believe this was to move that over here.
And the point in doing that was keeping all the, I guess, the functions that could possibly take place at town meeting under the category of town meeting and not have it distributed throughout the bylaws. At least that's what we were thinking.
Yeah.
It's not new, it just moved.
And I think, what she's trying to refer to is that Section 4 already says that a vote on any question before the meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot if the moderator or meeting by majority vote so orders. So, but then by adding Section 5, which specified requiring bonding, it sounds like she thinks that is maybe a duplicate, is that?
Correct.
But I think this says that the option when it has to deal with bonding, there is no option other than a paper ballot vote. I think that's what this is intended to say in Section 5. Am I right?
That's what I think it is.
The only thing I will say about that is this new Section 5, any town meeting requiring bonding, the moderator may require a paper ballot vote. It is still at the moderator's discretion. I believe the existing language, which you already know I don't like, but I believe the existing language in the general government one is basically would remove the word may, and the term would be shall require a paper ballot vote.
So what are we recommending here?
So can I ask a question, Ed? Because if on 4, says a vote on any question before the meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot. What does it mean by a question before the meeting?
It means that's been presented to, it is before the meeting for the discretion.
So
And
the moderator
it
says,
took me a few minutes to look at that too, and because my first reaction was also, what vote would we taken before the actual meeting? But no, it's any article that is before or presented to town meeting for discussion and a vote.
so that's clear as mud, huh?
So why don't we, do you want to just change the language of vote on any question presented to the town meeting
Or
shall be conducted or presented at the town meeting as opposed to before we're not talking about time here, we're talking about in front of, but
Can
it's
we,
getting mixed up here.
can we simplify 4 and 5 and say the moderator may require a paper valid vote on any article? I mean, it's up to you as a moderator, right? Because you may, that's what it seems like.
I'm okay with doing that. If it,
Irene, Robert Floyd, Town Moderator. The way it is under the general bylaw, that no matter what, bonding will require paper ballot. The other option you're thinking about is the moderator can call it if the moderator wishes.
Yes, it seems like it's up to the moderator.
Yes, but
for
again,
the
the
bonding.
way it is now, it's automatic if it is
Okay,
bonding.
so,
We missed it once because we couldn't find the bylaw under the general bylaws.
So I think that was part of the rationale to move it here so that it was clear,
Yes,
Correct.
visible at least.
visible. Very good call.
Would someone like to make a suggestion in terms of the article, or in terms of the bylaw, rather?
if we eliminate 4, does that take away the moderator's ability to call a paper ballot? It seems like 4 is just confusing.
What if we combined it and said, vote on any question considered at town meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot if the moderator or the meeting by majority so orders. In articles requiring bonding, a paper ballot must be just consolidated. I mean,
Works for
we could
me.
work on the language, but, I mean, then we
Yeah.
consolidate 4 and 5, and we specify in which instance it's option based on the moderator's decision, and in the second, in the other instance, it's required when it's a matter of bonding.
So the moderator makes a decision accepting bonding, which is required to be papers. That works.
That's all.
I like it.
So if we make this change, Ed, it goes back to the attorney.
What is it?
If we consolidate 4 and 5,
Yeah.
and Robert agrees, and everybody here agrees, does it go back to the attorney, or do you think we're safe in just moving it forward?
Read me the exact language, please.
Well, I said we have to rework it. We'll do that tomorrow.
John just
I have-
proposed something.
I have to have this thing ready
Okay.
and edited for
Okay.
the special town meeting for your signatures.
You wanna restate
That's why
what
we're
you
having the
said?
discussion
Well,
tonight.
I like the way you said it better. I mean, I can repeat that if you want.
Okay, yeah, please.
Okay. So I'm going to try to repeat this. You ready, Kathy? A vote on any question. Phew. Yeah.
Considered at town meeting.
Yeah. Vote on any question at a town meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot if the moderator or the meeting by majority vote so orders. And the second line would be, any town meeting requiring bonded will require a paper ballot vote. Is that right?
It's basically the same.
Well, we're taking off before the meeting up above,
Yeah.
and we're taking off may and put will on the number 5.
Yeah.
So you can put them as one article, or just leave them as 2 and just change a couple words. That's probably the
So
easiest way.
we're not really
Easiest-
taking our lawyer's advice. We're just basically just restating it and saying
Well,
at
Yeah,
the meeting. and-
easiest way is leave it at 2, change a couple words.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't have to go back to the attorney at that point. 'Cause I think we're just clarifying 4, and we're making 5 abide by the,
Yeah,
what we have already.
But are we not making 5 stronger? Instead of saying may, you're saying shall require?
right,
Because it is required.
yes.
You're making it stronger than what it's reading there, isn't it not?
No, but
It would be making it stronger, but however,
Right, it has
I'm
to
just
be.
calling your attention to, If you're trying to duplicate the existing language and moving it from general government, it would be shall.
Okay. So can the second sentence begin, for any town meeting requiring bonding, the moderator shall require a paper ballot vote? That's the end of it.
Yeah, I would just change may to shall.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
And any changes to section 4?
Yeah, where he said, a vote on any question at a town meeting shall be conducted by paper, that's all. We're taking out the before and putting at a town meeting.
So before and the come out, and it's at a
Yeah,
town meeting, and add to town.
right.
Yeah.
So
So
really-
is that the current practice?
Well, on 4, it's just confusing.
It's very confusing because right now when there's a vote, it's yay and nay.
Right,
But if the moderator so chooses, he can set a paper ballot.
yeah.
Vote on any question at the town meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot.
If
If.
the moderator
If,
or the majority of the voters so order.
yeah. So if he thinks it's important to have a paper ballot for whatever reason, he can say this one's going to be by paper ballot.
Okay, I think the wording is confusing. A vote on any question before the meeting shall be conducted by paper ballot. That's the,
But you got to go comma, if the moderator or the meeting so orders.
okay. To me, it just sounds confusing because you're
Probably should
basically
have-
starting with the
probably should have that
exception.
If statement on the front end of the sentence.
Yeah,
But I don't want to be another cook in this kitchen,
I made it,
honestly.
yeah.
I mean, but the if statement should be on the front end, comma, after that.
I think it starts off with sort of the assumption that it's going to be paper
It's
ballot.
like if
But
then
in reality,
statement, if
that's
comes first.
probably less often. It's yay and nay.
I kind of like to use
You know what I'm saying?
I see how it's confusing, but, you know,
Yeah.
if then statement, you've got if first, then
Yeah.
second, and
I
then
mean,
is.
I'm okay with Matt's changing.
Mhm.
English-wise, it works out better.
What's the change?
So the sentence starts, if the moderator or the meeting by majority vote so orders, a vote on any question at a town meeting will be conducted by paper ballot, period.
It's just reversing that.
So you're taking the end and putting it up front.
Read it back slowly, please.
Okay, if the moderator, comma, or the meeting by majority vote, comma.
Slowly, please.
Oh, it's right
I'm
here.
writing.
No, he's
Okay.
writing it.
You're reading.
Okay,
Well, if you had it, you could just circle the second part of the sentence and bump it up to the first
Just
part.
moving the second part of the sentence up. Ahead of that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But,
Excellent.
and not before the meeting, but at the meeting.
At a town meeting.
Yeah,
And then it ends with, shall be conducted by a paper ballot, period.
got it.
so do we need a motion on these two, or do we have it already?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, I'll make a motion, section 4 and section 5 are changed per our discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there anything else on this particular Article 1?
Now, there's another comment.
Yes, there's that comment MR2, which refers back to the Attorney General comment cannot be applied in a manner that interferes with the moderator's authority to preside over and regulate town meeting, including the moderator's authority to request a person to be silent, CGL Chapter 39, Section 15 through 17. Comment is, I don't see any particular changes being proposed to Section 9, and I'm not sure what the reference to the Attorney General's comment is intended to do. It would not be appropriate, in my opinion, to include the Attorney General's comment in the text of the bylaw itself. This paragraph should be stricken, therefore.
I was a little confused about that, too, because it's right smack between two paragraphs, and I wasn't sure what it was referring to. Hello.
Hi, Robert Floyd, Town Moderator. It exists in our bylaw. The Attorney General added it. In my conversation with her personally, she explained, and we both agreed. I will probably step down because of this issue and let the Deputy Town Moderator take over the motion for this article. And I will speak for keeping that clause in the bylaw since it already exists.
So you spoke with the AG's office
Not for this.
a while ago, but on this?
Yeah. Yes, oh yes, I spoke several times, but on that one particular issue, she called back, I was quite shocked. She told me to proceed, and I did.
And again, I mean, when we started this whole process, the point of it was to be more transparent, and we thought this just added some clarity to this particular item.
Yeah. And I think the AG's approval note is not on the website version that we have
Right.
currently. It's not posted on the website as part of the bylaw,
No.
so.
But I think in a good faith attempt to do that, I think there have been content changes and language changes, and I think that we can't just move it right along. I mean, I think our lawyer has to be good on the people that are out there doing the jobs, the committees and the individual town employees need to be a part of the feedback.
Yeah. I'm not recommending we overrule the attorney. It was just her opinion to delete it.
Well, it's not in the existing bylaw. I would think that it was a comment to when the bylaw was approved, but it wasn't it wasn't meant to be in the body of the bylaw. It might be a note that goes along with it, but not in the body of the bylaw.
Be a footnote to it.
I don't disagree with you, but again, we're just trying to be more transparent.
So referring to section 11. So there is basically a suggestion in the initial revision to insert a section 11 that says candidates running for town office secure a place on the ballot either by timely submitting valid nomination papers with sufficient numbers of signatures of registered voters or being so voted at town caucus. A nonpartisan town caucus shall be held at least 38 days prior to the annual town election as described in Mass General Law 53, Section 121. So what would you like to do?
Well, I'm just, we pay the attorneys because they have the expertise. We're all, the rest of us are just volunteers here, so it's not my decision, it's everyone's decision.
Any other comments?
I think section 11, there's minor wording changes that the attorney suggested. I think those are fine. They just tightened up the English a little bit in terms of valid nomination papers, et cetera. So I think section 11 is fine with me. And I don't know if the Attorney General's comment, if anything, could it be a footnote rather than inserted in the middle of two different articles or two different clauses? If we need it.
Is a footnote appropriate, Ed?
I don't know.
A notation somewhere
I would,
at the end of the article?
yeah, as a footnote or a note that it is not, isn't portrayed as part of the article.
Okay.
Robert, you like to say something?
I'm just wondering if you have that particular letter from the Attorney General in front of you where she did say that, August 3rd, 2018?
I don't have that handy. Lucy, that's not something you would have. Yeah. You do have that.
Yeah, a question why she's getting that. This is
Well, she had the need to say it, yeah.
well, this is also just a paragraph taken out of the Attorney General's letter. If we're going to reference something, should we reference the whole letter? Is that appropriate? Because this taking something out of context or in context, nobody's going to know. I'd almost reference the full letter and attach it, depending on what's in the rest of the letter, of course.
What she expressed to me in 25 words or less was even though this bylaw exists, if it interferes with the meeting, the town moderator can override that bylaw and bring the meeting back to order.
What's your pleasure on this particular?
Well, I guess the question is, if the authority is that that's actually how business can be handled and it's not part of the bylaw, what are we missing here? What are we not telling people that actually exists?
if I may. The citizens' petitions are written without the approval of our town attorney. And we have to take them literally, even though they can be, and historically, in some cases, have been poorly written. So I believe that the Attorney General added that in to take away any implied ambiguity of the original citizens' petition, which was accepted to be a bylaw. Otherwise, she would make no comment or find no need to make a comment.
So, Ed, the compromise, or what would be acceptable here? To just list it as a footnote if everybody agrees at the end of the article?
Sure.
And is there comment specific to the, it's not specific to the new section 11, right?
It's specific to section 10,
Yeah,
The one
actually,
right above it.
right.
Yeah.
or 9.
I've got one concern, thinking out loud here as usual, but this is a conversation our current moderator had with the AG's office, and somewhere down the road we'll have a different moderator, different select board, different all these. So I want to make sure if we reference it, there is somewhere where they can go and say, okay, this is the actual copy of a letter from the Attorney General's office rather than it was a conversation somebody had. So how do we do that?
My conversation was after the letter.
Okay.
So I had no influence on the letter.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying you are. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but the letter needs to stand on its own.
I agree.
I agree, not any conversation, no verbal orders. What she wrote and put in writing and signed it, she had a need to do that, perhaps, because of the way the citizen's petition was written.
Yeah, whichever. It's there in writing, and we
Yeah.
should memorialize
Yeah.
it as a whole document.
Yeah, and the moderator's conversation is just icing on a cake that has no reference to the validity of the letter at all.
So in the footnote, we would add the date of the letter.
Lucy Dalton, 10 Strong Road. In the general bylaws, in the past, we have put on as a footnote the date that the bylaw was approved by the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
Okay.
So
And then follow the comment,
what,
and have the comment follow the footnote,
I mean, we
or the
can.
date.
The date, yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah. And that way, if anybody wanted to track it backwards, they could.
I have all the letters from the Attorney General's office.
Even if
and they're
you
all
did,
posted.
the Attorney General's office should.
They do,
Yeah.
yeah, they do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that.
And it cites a specific section of Mass General Law.
Is someone interested in making a motion?
Okay.
Or what would you like to do?
Well, let's start off with section 11. I'll make a motion. We accept the changes in section 11 as submitted here.
I'll second that. No, I should stay out of it.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion on section 11? So it says sufficient number of signatures of registered voters. It doesn't say how many, and it says a valid nomination paper, and it says timely submission without having a date. And I'm assuming those are all intentional comments to keep it somewhat flexible.
Yeah, if it changes, you just have to follow what the current process is.
Correct.
Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
All those in favor of the new section 11, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do you want to talk about any other, we haven't approved all the other sections on this, we only looked at 4 and 5. What do you want, how do you want to address the other sections?
would have to vote on if there's agreement of showing this comment as a footnote or not, with the date. And do we need to take a vote on that as well?
If we want to make the footnote, we do. If not, it'll stay the way it is without the
Without-
comment.
Leaving it out.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion. We leave section 9 like it is, except we make a footnote, footnote, if you will, about the Attorney General's letter dated, whatever it's dated, so that people can reference it appropriately if they have a question. Is that succinct enough?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And just to note that that section is being renumbered from section 9 to section 10.
Yeah, so in this case, the footnote would refer to section 10.
Correct.
Okay.
I do find it a little confusing, and I don't know that it should be necessary. This was a citizen that put this vote, and the townspeople voted in favor of it. And I know it's clarifying it, but it's not something that exists with any of the other bylaws. I mean, I think that if we put a date that it was approved, I mean, I think it helps clarify it, but it's getting more complicated than I'm comfortable with.
We can vote to leave it out.
Well, there's already a motion and a second on the floor right now, so I'm just making my comments. Any other comments or questions about it? Are you happy with adding the piece about the Attorney General comment?
I'm not sure that it needs to be there, but I would be okay to leave it as a footnote, not inserted where it is right now.
Are people interested in voting right now?
We have to. We have a motion and a second.
Okay. I didn't know if anybody wanted to amend it or if anybody wanted to retract it. Everyone's happy with the idea of voting it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Aye. Do we need to look at the other parts of this article and approve them?
And Lucy, would you please get me the date of that letter so I can insert that in here too also? You don't have to do it right now.
So we're sort of doing this particular article in sections. What would you like to do? Would you like to go back now and look at section 1?
Well, we were only looking at the areas where legal made comments, correct?
Okay.
So if
And
I
then we
would-
can just approve it as one with the comments and changes that are made up till now?
Right.
Okay.
Right, yeah. I think it'd be more efficient just to take a look at where the attorney
Okay.
has made any suggested changes.
Yeah.
Okay, then there aren't any more suggested changes. Would someone like to make a motion to approve this article, town meeting, Article 1? It says article, but it's a bylaw regarding town meeting.
Do we need to do that? We made the changes. We approved the changes.
Okay. I think we do. Do we have to approve it before it ends up on the warrant and then approve it on the warrant, or is that just a necessary step?
You should approve it to go on the warrant,
Okay.
but if you wanted to, you can either do it individually or you can do it with all of them that you're approving to go on the warrant.
Right.
As edited.
So go through the notes, then approve all of them as we
Sure.
change them? Is that okay?
Sure.
There's minor changes on the other two, 3.
Yeah.
The next one is, which one's the next one that you have?
Town administrator.
Town administrator.
And let me fall on the sword quickly and shorten some of the discussion on this one. In Section 4 and Section 5 here,
Yeah.
that Town Council crossed off, that was actually part of another bylaw that when I shortened the list of the ones that were approved to sending to Town Council for review, I didn't erase all of one of them, and it ended up on the end of this, so that shouldn't be here at all. So
Oh, about the being open on Saturdays?
Yeah.
Yeah, these bylaws may be altered or amended, section 4, and then all public office in town may remain closed. So those two shouldn't be even in there.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
So if we look at the version that's in the draft warrant, there's only three sentences to it, basically.
Right. And the only suggestions from the town council were to add towns, the word towns in front of chief administrative officer in that third section, and then the words pursuant to MGL Chapter 30B after chief procurement officer.
Yep.
And then
That was it.
after and chief financial officer, remove the words pursuant to MGL Chapter 30.
Right. So the pursuant to MGL is only after the chief procurement officer portion, correct?
And not.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then there's just one typo, town's chief administrative officer. Not office, right?
Correct.
Someone like to make a motion to approve the changes by the attorney and the edit that Chris just had?
You talking Article 4 alone or Article 5 also?
4,
Just
it's
4?
Article 4.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we accept Article 4 with the changes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I ask a question in general? I just noticed on section 11, last line, it says Mass General Law 53, Section 121. It should say Mass General Law, Chapter 53. It should be a C there, and the others have it. So do we want to make sure they're technically correct as we go along?
This is going back to the previous one?
Yeah, I just noticed that.
You got that, Ed?
Should be a small C in front of 53 to indicate a chapter.
I see.
And actually, section could be just S. I think whoever, before we present it, just somebody looks at it and gets the right
With the right format and
Get that?
everything.
format.
Yeah.
Did you get what John's saying?
Yeah, the small c.
The
Yeah,
small-
just the right format of Mass General Law, chapter and section.
So you're saying S-121.
Yeah.
And also S 121?
But I mean, Ed knows all that. I just
Right.
think I picked it up, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to look at the next one? Is this treasurer collector?
That's
No,
town clerk.
town clerk.
Town clerk, yeah.
Town clerk. And there's 2 comments on that first page of it. Commented MR1. Technically, the town's public records access officer, RAO, is the town clerk by default, but the chief executive officer, the select board, may appoint other alternative RAOs. By codifying the town clerk status as RAO in the bylaw, you are eliminating the ability of the select board to appoint an alternate RAO, in my opinion. Although it is my further opinion that the select board could still appoint secondary RAOs. And then the other comment, MR2, I do not recommend inclusion of this clause. It suggests that anything not certified by the town clerk might not be an official action of the town, which is not necessarily true in all cases. Indeed, the select board may take action that is effective and binding, and no town clerk certification is required. And that refers to in section 2, where the town currently, you would have said the town clerk records and certifies all official actions of the town, including town meeting legislation, appropriations, and decisions of the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals. She suggested striking the words, all official actions of the town, including.
Could you look at section 1 and see whether or not you would be comfortable with the period after the word town seal and scratching the rest of the sentence?
Scratching the rest of that sentence, but continuing as public records
No,
access.
in other words,
No,
this
no.
like this,
That's it,
period.
Everything, yeah.
that's it.
So to take out the reference to the public access,
Do
public records access? Huh?
I mean,
do we
all
need
the,
that?
I mean, all the other departments are subject to public records reporting,
Yeah.
and it says that she's a central information point for the town, but Vicky's a central information point for budget, and other people, when I call the town hall, I get Judy, so I'm not really sure that that is accurate. I'm not really sure why that's there.
Can I just say, could you change it to, and serves as a central information point? If you wanted to change, I mean, if you want to take it out, but if you wanted to change it, you could put, and serves as a,
Where are you saying?
in section 1, as a central information point for the town. If you don't want to take it out, just remove the word the and put in a.
Serves as
There
a,
are other, like you said.
serves as,
Or you could also say, as the main public records access officer is another way. Either one of those two.
yeah, I like that.
Main public records access officer.
Well, as the main central information point for the town, right? Just put that word in and the rest looks okay? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you just put that
That's-
one
yeah.
word in,
Mm-hmm.
everything else is fine.
Someone like to propose the language on that, then?
So could we clarify again what you're
No.
changing?
Okay, if you, I'll make a motion,
I don't think Ed and Kathy are the,
Yeah, they need to, yeah.
Okay. You all set down there, Kathy? Ed?
Yeah, you're just changing as, it's going to read as the main public records
Right.
access officer?
Yeah, motion
not
is,
access officer.
just add the word main after and serves as the. So to say, and serves as the main central information point, and nothing else will change.
No, that actually is not what you said.
Yeah, that's not.
And that's not what Ed said either. I think he said, and serves as the main public records.
Yeah,
Access
as the
officer.
main public records access officer.
Yes.
Okay, so we're taking out the central information point of the town?
Okay,
Serves as the main,
so
as the access record.
let me read the motion and make sure we're in sync here, okay?
Yep.
So change section 1 to read, the town clerk is an elected position with a 3-year term. He is the official keeper of town records and the town seal, and serves as the main public records access officer. Go on, finish the sentence. Is that right?
For the town.
No, I did
Access
the rest of
officer
the
for the town.
sentence stays in there, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, so for the town comes in there, right?
Yeah, I don't think you need to add for the town, because you already said the town clerk, town records and town seal. Okay, so that's the motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it, since you guys are on the committee.
Is there further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
The next part that she addressed is section 2. I do not recommend inclusion of this clause that suggests that anything not certified by the town clerk might not be in the official action of the town, which is not necessarily true in all cases. Indeed, the select board may take action that is effective and binding, and no town clerk's, quote, certification is required.
Yeah, so all we're doing is removing all official actions of the town, including, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
Could you just repeat the motion, the bylaw then, the way would like it to be voted on then?
Sure. Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the changes made by the attorney, which would read the second sentence of Section 2 as the town clerk records and certifies town meeting legislation, appropriations, and decisions of the Planning and Zoning Board of Appeals.
I'll second.
So how is that different than what's currently there?
She just took out the one.
Took out
one
all
section,
official actions of the
all
town.
official actions.
So she's
including-
going along with the recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did.
You ready to vote then? We have
Yes.
a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There are no further recommendations on that article.
And she did do some cleanup in
Yeah.
Section 3, just by capitalizing some letters.
And there's
We
one,
need to take any action on that.
and there's an addition of wording in Section 7.
Sections, 7. Okay.
Yes, on the back.
Where she's recommending, as in that Section 7, first sentence, town clerk shall permanently retain all official town records, including town reports. And she's recommending adding, at that point, as may be required to be retained by the town clerk.
That doesn't make sense.
I
So,
think she's referring to law.
yeah, but the thing is, I've dealt with the records retention law a lot, and if the clerk is going to be the central person, then it shouldn't be just for, what's required to be retained by the town clerk. If it's required to be retained by the town anywhere, and that person's responsible too, it seems like it minimizes.
Yeah, I see the difference.
Ed, did you say the attorney put that in there, Michelle?
Yes, and I'll give you some examples to think about. Police records, which may be confidential, should stay in the police department. You might have personnel records, which should be confidential, should stay in HR, PPBB, town administrator's office. So there are certain things that really this should not apply to.
Right, but this is just saying what the law says has to be retained by the town clerk. We may use the town clerk as a central person to do a lot more than that. It would be up to us to do that.
I think what this is doing, if I'm reading it correctly, is I think what it's saying that the town clerk isn't accountable to retain all of the official town records, only the ones that may be required of
By
her
law of the town clerk.
as the town
Correct.
clerk.
But what if, as the board, we want the town clerk to maintain X records that the law says
Yeah.
she's not responsible for? Does town clerk then say, no, thanks? You know? I mean, we probably don't do it much, but when we do construction, there's payrolls that have to be maintained with the job, and, who does that?
Stays in my office.
Is in your office?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Would it help to take out the word "all" and just say retain official town records, including town reports, as may be required to be retained by the town clerk and/or the select board?
And it makes it seem like the additional sentence refers just to the town reports.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just make a suggestion? What if you just said, "The town clerk shall permanently retain official town records as may be required to be retained by the town clerk, according to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts records retention." So just take out "all" after "retain" and including town reports.
Yeah, that would work.
That's fine.
I like the simple way, thanks.
Yeah.
And if we take out town reports, then who does retain them? If it's not her job to retain them.
Yeah. It doesn't preclude her from keeping them. Why specifically say including town reports?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So it would read, the town clerk shall permanently retain official town records as may be required to be retained by the town clerk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And leave the rest.
We'll leave the rest out.
You making a motion? Or you don't feel comfortable?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Rini, I'll make a motion, okay? I'm making a motion for section 7. It'll say the town clerk shall permanently retain official town records as may be required to be retained by the town clerk according to the Commonwealth of Mass Records Retention Schedule and town bylaws. Town clerk shall not allow original paper or documents of the town to be removed from the town clerk's office except as they remain in his/her custody or by authority of law. So we're taking Lucy's suggestion here.
So including town reports is deleted and all is deleted.
Correct.
I make a motion to accept the changes as you've just read them.
I just made the motion,
You
but
did, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Good second.
I'll second it then.
Are you ready to vote? All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
One
The
more.
last one is the treasurer collector.
In this, I think we had made a change ourselves at the last meeting. Jen had given us feedback on this one.
Mhm.
Yeah, because there's just that one comment referring to that.
Right.
Is she suggesting it be put back in? I'm trying to understand her note. I'm not
No,
sure where
I
this
have
comes
a feeling it was
from.
a wrong version, maybe, that, I don't know. Because we agreed at the last meeting after her feedback to us right then,
Right.
the second sentence would read, "She receives all money belonging to the town and expends and accounts for it, period." Thus eliminating what had been there, which was according to the order of the town's authorized officers. Jen had requested we delete that last time.
The point she was making had to do with being an elected position as opposed to appointed, but I don't know, was it specific to that, deleting that? Or is this the comment from the attorney?
This is the comment from the attorney.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Jen's comment had to do with some aspect of this relevant to it being an elected position as opposed to an appointed.
Yeah, so the town council saying this is in the current version, and she's not sure why you want to delete it.
Yeah, so she wants us to put it back in.
Correct.
What back in?
The comment, according to the order of the town's authorized officers.
Yeah.
So confused.
Yeah.
The sentence reads, "The treasurer collector is an elected position with a 3-year term. He receives all money belonging to the town and expends it and accounts for it according to the order of the town's authorized officers." And Jen wanted that out.
Right.
She said she only follows what Mass General Law.
Right.
That was her comment
That was our
last
discussion
time.
at the last select board
But the lawyer's
meeting.
now saying to put it back in.
She's not saying one
this.
way or another, she's just saying.
No, she's not saying one way or
not
the
saying that.
She's
She's
just, she's just wondering.
She doesn't know
Okay.
where it came
Yeah.
from, so
Yeah.
she's not saying to take it in or take it out or do
Okay.
anything.
Right. She's just asking the question.
Well, then,
Then I think we take it out.
let's
So leave it out.
Okay.
Need a motion?
Could you just clarify again for me, for those that were at the last meeting, Jen's point?
Jen's point was that she's only required to go by the orders under Massachusetts general law, nothing to do with any orders or recommendations from authorized town officers.
And so what is, does she have a recommendation around this point?
No, just to delete it.
So she's suggesting delete it, and our attorneys are suggesting to put it back in?
No,
Oh,
no.
attorney's just making it-
Michelle's just asking the question
Oh, I'm not sure
of,
where this
you know,
comes from. It does
yeah.
not appear in the
Well,
version of the general
does
bylaw.
was this intentional, basically?
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
So the motion you'd like to make says to delete it or include it?
Delete it, I think that's the simplest thing.
I'd just leave it out.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to approve this then? It's the only comment that's on here?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So all these points, these 1 through 8 of what the treasurer collector should do, shouldn't that be in a job description, not in a bylaw?
This kind of
Yes.
goes back to the point that was made a while ago on these.
A long time ago,
Yeah.
yeah.
It
But
just
again,
seems-
do you want to inform people in the town of what the treasurer collector is responsible for?
This is talking about the functionality of the
This is
position,
really
not,
making it a
the job
document that
description is
people
much
can
more
read and
detailed.
understand, that's all.
Yeah.
So I'm reading this and it says, maintain custody of all monies belonging to the town and accounting for those monies. What do you mean by accounting for those monies? Because I keep all records of all that. So do you mean like she physically counts all the money, or what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, she turns everything over to you. You account for it, but she collects it all.
Yeah, she collects all the physical cash. Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of,
And she's accounting for it. She has somewhere that she handed X amount to you today
Right.
for this.
correct,
Yeah.
correct. I'm just asking because I haven't seen this.
I think.
No, she's
in-
seen
Prior,
it. She's
so-
gone through this.
Yeah.
She's
Her
definitely-
job description would tell how she does it. This,
Yeah.
like Francine was saying, is just letting the folks know out there.
Yeah,
So this is,
Yes.
all right.
yeah.
It
These are
is a
trying to
little
describe.
confusing when it says accounting for these monies when we have an accountant.
But the monies do come in through her or him.
I mean, everyone turns monies over to her, and that's correct.
Yeah,
And she keeps track of the bank
Right.
accounts and all
So
that. I
she-
guess I'm just wondering, what does that mean?
she's accounting for it.
You know, the other piece that says, possessing a number of responsibilities relating to payment of salaries and wages. Well, Mass General Law has a specifically, you know, about payroll and warrants and what she's supposed to do with those. So that's why I'm kind of, it's almost like you're duplicating it, but.
Okay, but she gave us these. We worked on these with her. Other than the exception of the, according to the order of the town's authors, which we took from existing language, these other 8 points, we worked on with her. So I'm assuming that,
I was just asking the question because
yeah,
I mean, I'm a taxpayer, I'm in the accountant, just trying to understand how this is
yeah.
coming about.
And other than that one small change, I don't think legal counsel had any comments about that.
No, that was it.
What would you like to do?
I move that we follow the language as recommended by the attorney and remove the small clause there that talks about, whatever that was. I just lost it.
Okay, would you like to make a motion then?
Okay, regarding the bylaw for the town treasurer collector, I recommend we accept the language that deletes a phrase stating, according to the order of the town's authorized officers. So the second sentence would read, he receives all money belonging to the town and expends and accounts for it, period.
Is there a second?
Want me to second that?
Somebody needs to.
Hang in there, everybody.
I'll
Is there a
second it.
second?
I'll second it.
Thank God we don't have any more.
All those in favor of approving the town treasurer collector bylaw that makes the amendment by our attorney, say aye.
Wait a minute.
Aye.
wait a minute. What about the discussion part of it,
What discussion part of it?
after the second? Make a motion and a second, then
yes, yes,
discussion?
Did you miss an opportunity to talk about it? I had a hard time getting a second.
Because I thought I was hearing something conflicting there, because people were referring to the attorney's recommendation. The attorney didn't make a recommendation.
Right.
So that should not be a part of
That's
this.
true.
Oh, yes, yes,
Correct.
yes, 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 good point.
Correct, thank you. Yep.
So that's
That's
where,
not part of the motion.
yeah. So
It's
can
the
we,
action,
As written, as written.
As written, yeah.
as written.
And while we're still discussing, to Vicky's point, item 1, maintaining custody of all monies belonging to the town. Leave it at that, because we mentioned in the paragraph above, she receives all money belonging to the town, expends and accounts for it. So we're duplicating it, and she's not accounting for it in the same way as the accounting department accounts for it.
what you meant by that, because then people are
No.
gonna assume certain things. And she, by Mass General Law, I tell her, this is what you need to pay, you cut the checks and send them out. That's, I mean, obviously, it's a little bit more elaborate than that, but.
Are you making a suggestion?
Yes, I would like to make a recommendation, in addition to what Chris said about deleting that according to the order of the town's authorized officers, I would also like to make an adjustment to item 1 and leave it maintaining custody of all monies belonging to the town.
before we do that, just for talking, she is accounting for those monies. I think that should stay in there, because, yeah, no, I got that.
It
but,
says it
yeah.
up here, yeah.
Receives all monies and accounts for it, yeah. Besides, that means we don't have to change a motion or a second either.
Okay. I'll
Just
leave
me.
it. Okay.
I might leave. This is ridiculous that these things require this much edit in this form.
Quick, Randy, call the question.
You're the one that threw a monkey wrench into it. All right.
Then I'll rescind what my comment. I'll just go
Yeah.
with whatever the group wants.
And we're deleting anything that says as recommended by the attorney, because that's not part of it.
Correct.
So do you want that motion read over?
Would you like me to
again? Just-
redo the
yeah.
motion? Shall I rescind the motion and redo it?
Just clarify what you said.
Clarify.
Take it back.
Okay, just to clarify that motion, anything that I might have said related to the attorney's suggestion or approval should be omitted in the notes. How does that work?
Okay.
that your motion was to approve this as written.
Okay, that sounds fine with me.
That's what I have.
Including the deleted phrase, right. Okay, so at this point, then let's have a motion to approve all of these
Wait a
by.
minute, you got to vote on this one.
Oh, I thought you were just
You got a
clarifying.
First and a second.
Well, you didn't vote on it, though.
You just said clarifying. That wasn't a motion, you were just clarifying.
But we don't have a vote on it.
Would you like to vote on it?
Yes, please.
Aye.
I know this is the
Is there a,
confusing one.
so the second was by whom?
Matt.
Matt?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of the article town treasurer collector as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we need to vote on all of the articles as amended for the warrant. I'm sorry, all the bylaws as
I'll make that
amended for the
motion.
warrant. So you're going to make the motion?
I did, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I didn't hear the motion, I'm sorry.
I make the motion, we approve all the articles as amended.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hallelujah.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is to review the warrant for the special town meeting. Everyone have a copy of that?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention something. I just want to mention that whenever we get ready to review the budget process, which is usually around the beginning of the year, if not sooner, I do reread, and I would encourage people to reread the Department of Revenue report that's on our website, because they made very specific recommendations, and so I personally don't feel like I can support some of these articles because they aren't consistent with our Department of Revenue recommendations. And last week, or the time before at the last Select Board meeting when I wasn't able to be here, there was discussion by Chief Illingsworth about the holding up of some of the PCFs that negatively impacts the department. And I wanted to remind you that one of the recommendations by the Department of Revenue was to remove the signature of the PCFs by the Finance Committee, that whether or not the money is in the budget is actually the function of the accountant. And so I don't think that's ever been adopted. It's worth...
Take that to the next PPP.
Okay, great, great. But they can refer to the Department of Revenue report too, because that was suggested, and it was been actually quite a while ago. And there's a lot of other things in there that relate to mid-year money expenditures. So I just wanted to say that. So let's start with Article 1. Transfer from free cash, and we can share reading these if you'd like. John, if you want to just start, we'll just go down the line.
Okay, so is this the one that says includes bylaws without the KP suggested edits?
Actually, they're both identical until you get to the bylaws.
Okay, so I can use this one.
You can use either one of them up until that point.
Okay. So you want me to read a few articles here?
Sure.
Okay, are we voting on all of them, or just in the end, we're just going to vote? In the end?
I feel better about doing them individually.
Okay. So Article 1, transfer from free cash to the Capital Stabilization Fund to see if the town will vote to transfer/appropriate $126,502.25 to the Capital Stabilization Fund, said sum to be taken from free cash or take any other action relative thereto.
I guess for the appropriations, maybe we can think about grouping them because that...
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll keep going until you say stop. Article 2, transfer from free cash to the Operating Stabilization Fund to see if the town will vote to transfer or appropriate $108,430.50 to the Operating Stabilization Fund, said fund to be taken from free cash or take any other action relative thereto. Article 3, transfer from free cash to the OPEB fund to see if the town will vote to transfer/appropriate $36,143.50 to the other post-employment benefits, which is OPEB account, said sum to be taken from free cash or take any other action relative thereto. Article 4, transfer for amortization of WPAT bonds fiscal 2020 budget to see if the town will vote to transfer $200 to fund the amortization of the WPAT bonds, said sum to be taken from the WPAT loan repayment account or take any other action thereto.
How about if we do those four? They're all transfers.
I'll make a motion, we accept those four as I read.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Vicki, these free cash into the stabilization follow a formula. Could you just refresh my memory what that breakdown is?
Yeah, so per the free cash policy that was adopted in FY15, it was said that we would take 30% of free cash and put in operating, 35% of free cash into capital, and 10% of free cash into the OPEB.
Okay.
And the $200 for the septic betterment loans, when we did the budget, I misread the debt schedule and was off by $200. It won't be till 20 that it'll be 20,200, not 20,400. So.
Thanks. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of Article 1, 2, 3, and 4, say aye.
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 You want to go ahead, Francine, and
sure.
read the next one?
To see if the town will vote to appropriate/transfer $18,000 from free cash to a health insurance plan design change account per Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 32B, to fund the payment for union employees for implemented health insurance plan design changes or take any other action relative thereto.
You want to just do the next one, too?
Okay. Next one, Article 6, to see if the town will vote to appropriate/transfer $3,825 to the town insurance general expense account for unanticipated increase in town-owned building property values, said sum to be taken from free cash or take any action relative thereto.
Let's just take,
okay.
do you mind if we just take those two?
Sure.
Can we have a motion then to approve those two?
suggestion.
Yeah,
The other two articles said transfer, then appropriate, and these say appropriate and then transfer. We should probably keep it consistent, one or the other, whether transfer comes first and then appropriate, or I think it should say transfer / appropriate, not appropriate / transfer.
Okay.
So just make those changes to make it, consistent all the way through the document.
okay. So is there a motion to approve Article 5 and 6?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. So the first one, I'm assuming, is just because of increases in health insurance, and the second one is,
The first one is for the accounting of the required sharing of cost savings with the union employees from the plan design changes that were made this year.
mhm.
And then the second one is for the general insurance rather than the health insurance, which there were actually a couple of components. One is the rise in some of our building values, biggest part of that being the school value and accounting for that. And we also did not have as many credits as we did in the past.
Okay. Everyone comfortable with approving these?
Yep.
Voting on them? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Matt, you want to pick up on 7?
Yes. To see if the town will vote to transfer $10,000 from the police communication wages account to the police overtime wage account to account for overtime incurred due to current staff shortage, or take any action relative thereto. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to transfer $5,000 from election registration expenses to the election registration wages account to fund the payment of the election workers' changed payment from vendor to payroll per IRS regulations, or take any other action relative thereto. Can I do 9?
I guess, yeah.
To see if the town will vote to transfer $5,000 from free cash to the reserve fund account, as it was not funded in the fiscal year 2020 budget. The reserve fund is necessary to be funded in case of extraordinary and unforeseen expenses through the fiscal year, or take any other action relative thereto.
Okay.
I move to approve Articles 7 through 9.
A second? Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion or questions? So the overtime is, I'm assuming, in the budget. Election wages, that is a new, I don't know if you want to speak to that, Lucy, why this is required, because of the change in the designation of election workers?
They should be, Vicki
Go ahead, Vicki.
can explain. I mean, if I have the fund, I've checked with her.
Yeah, okay.
So, but it's because of,
The IRS regulations require people who work for the town to be employees. We had them as employees at one point in time. It was changed to vendor because it was easier for people, and that wasn't a fight I wanted to fight at that point in time. But in, talking to Jen and soliciting other communities, we really need to have them on payroll.
Yeah.
So we just moved the money from between the two lines. Police communication wages, the police chief has a E911 grant for 30 grand, which we will get reimbursed for those communication wages. So he's trying to use that to incur his overtime wages. I don't want you to think that the communication wages will be short at the end of the year if we're taking it, but we have a $30,000 grant that I will submit stuff to in order to get that reimbursed. So he'll have money left.
You have to spend it in order to get it.
Yes, and he's already spent it, I just have to send the reimbursements in. But I just didn't want you to think, oh geez, he's not gonna have any money left at the end of the year and come back for communication wages. So we're all set with that account.
And the reserve fund was cut in the previous fiscal year, and that was, and it was budgeted originally at $10,000 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, when I first came here, it was 40 grand.
Yeah, and we've just been whittling away.
And
at
it's
it.
whittling away, but it's for things like, you have something that happens to this building and you need $2,000 for whatever it may be, we need to be able to have somewhere to take that from without having to wait till May to pay for that or get that emergency taken care of. So I think it's prudent and it's important to have it in there.
Okay. There's a motion and second. Are you ready to vote?
Yep.
All in favor of approving 17?
Aye.
Can I just ask, when Article 5 and 6, did the motion include switching the transfer appropriate?
I put it in there with
Yeah, I've got the notes here to switch those two.
Okay, you want to just keep going down with the next 3 here?
You want me to do them? Sure.
Either one.
Unless anybody else wants to, but I'll do it. To see if the town will vote to transfer $10,000 from the police communication wages account to the police wage account to pay a portion of retroactive wages back to July 1st, 2018 due to new union contract agreement, or take any other action relative thereto. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to transfer appropriate $25,000 from free cash to the police wage account to pay a portion of retroactive wages back to July 1st, 2018 due to new union contract agreement, or take any other action relative thereto. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to transfer $5,000 from free cash to the tree warden expenses account to fund the removal and trimming of additional trees during fiscal year 20, or take any other action relative thereto. I move to approve Articles 10 through 11, and if the verbiage is not transfer/appropriate, to make it transfer/appropriate. That would be Article 12 would need to be corrected.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
I think Article 10 needs to have the word appropriate added. Appropriate.
No, it's a straight,
That's
that one's
just
a straight
transfer.
transfer.
Is it
so-
state transfer?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So those are the two contracts that we signed tonight?
Yeah, we just did. Yep.
Just goes back retroactive?
Those would just be for the police. I went through a high-level analysis of what I thought 19 would be in terms of retroactive. The police chief also did it. We thought, around $25,000 was a good amount, at a high level, not all his payroll is very complex. And so we thought if we could use the 25 for the 19, and then the 10 would probably cover what was in 20, and we would still have, if we took 20 from communication wages, we would, for the grant, you supplement the grant for that, we would still have 10 left in communication wages to cover those retro pays within the budget that's already in there for this year.
So if 25 and 10 are at a high level and we don't need that much?
We will probably need that much. I mean, we did pretty details, but you had instances where you had an officer who did, he was officer in charge. It was like, 1.7 hours, certain little ones, but the chief went through it pretty substantially, and ours were pretty much on the same level as that, about
But if it's not
25,000 bucks.
25, do we transfer the full amount, or do we just transfer what we need?
You're gonna need 25, if not more, that's already in his
Okay,
wages.
but if we
so
don't, what happens?
It just falls into free cash later on.
Okay, so.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Because it comes from, it'll just fall out in the budget at the end of the year.
But it does get transferred in there. If they don't, they can use it for something else then. I guess my question is, should we put up to on these amounts? So that you only use what you need?
You can't use up to,
You
according
can't
to the
use up
DOR.
No?
to. No,
It has to be a firm amount.
yeah.
So if it's over, then they get that additional money in their account. I mean, like you said, you got it close, so we'll see.
It's,
But
yeah, 25,100 and some odd dollars.
But next year, when we're looking at the appropriations of money, we'll have to
He
back
already
these
included that.
numbers out.
Yes, he already included whatever the current pay scale is in his budget for '21.
Okay.
will it be included there as a wage line, that amount, those amounts? Increase in wage line?
Yeah, but this is a retro. I
Right.
mean, that's the big,
So in FY '20, he took down his budget by 30 grand. So if by putting this money back, it's back to the level it was in 19. So it's pretty, it's pretty consistent, because we didn't, in 19, in 20, we didn't know what these numbers would be, so he took those out. And we're just kind of putting them back in to pay, because now we know what the pay will be.
Okay, thanks.
And the last one is funding of the tree ward, and we talked about that earlier, and the large number of trees with storms and so forth. But Charlie, I'm just wondering, while you're here, Eversource also had a schedule in town to take down hundreds and hundreds of trees, right?
Yeah, Eversource had like 900 trees to take down.
Yeah.
The problem is Eversource only takes trees down, they're posing a hazard to the power lines.
Okay.
We're addressing trees that are hazard to the roadways and the individuals that Eversource won't touch. And we've had, as you can see, a number of times where we've had windstorms and we've lost power in town
Right.
because of these trees. Even you drove into it with me standing on a roadside going, yep, you can't go home that way.
Yeah, I remember.
So,
Thanks.
He spent $6,100 already and one, for just these past 6 months.
Yeah.
Just the last storm took a
Yeah.
couple
Yeah,
down.
and I think there was one coming down last week. Up,
Yep.
yeah, that I went by that we haven't seen the bill for yet, so. He talked to me.
We have a motion to approve Article 10, 11, and 12. All
right.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm happy to keep reading if nobody else wants to.
Hang on one second.
Oh, do you want me to sit down?
Are you speaking to one of these?
Article, yeah, 13, I was,
So we have to just go ahead and read it first and have a motion and second before this discussion, okay?
okay, I was just going to ask if we could strike it from reading it.
Oh, so you're withdrawing the
Yeah.
request to have
Yeah.
that? Is it
Yep.
both of them or one
Just
of them?
13,
13.
please. Until,
Can we get another?
Okay. Then I will continue to refer to these as the existing number, but obviously we'll be renumbering them unless you'd rather I do it otherwise.
Hey, Reen, can I ask a question? Why do you want to strike it?
I would just like to do some more investigating.
Oh, okay, I just don't want to take some from you that you need, so you're okay with it?
Yeah, it might go.
For now?
For May, so.
Okay.
Yep.
And then continue on. V, whoever would like to.
Want me to do it? I'll do it. See if the, Article 14, to see if the town will vote to appropriate transfer $16,328.60 from free cash to the health director wage account to fund the position through the remainder of the fiscal year or take any other action relative thereto. I'm going to do 15 too. I'm going to do 15. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, or otherwise provide the amount of $6,200 to fund the expense of incorporating an e-codification system for the town's website in order to have our general bylaws and any other bylaws and regulations, i.e. planning, zoning, organized online, or take any other action relative thereto.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I just want to make a recommendation going forward, because we now have omitted
Oh, yeah.
one thing. So if perhaps not just saying article such and such, because these numbers are going to change, of actually referring to what that title is on there.
That's
also.
fine.
Just the title, okay.
So,
Let's start with the discussion on the funding for the health director. Shelley, do you want to speak to that, or? Pardon? Okay.
Charlie Konecki, 146 Valley Road, Board of Health.
Shelley O'Connell, 7 Kylene Circle, Chair of Board of Health.
Basically, when we did an evaluation of the position, it was discovered that it was underfunded, and the town, we've been requesting the town to fund this so that we can maintain these services.
Any questions? Any other comments?
Yeah, just question/comment. This is here only because we did a reevaluation of the position that was legally required for the position, and we brought her up at I guess a negotiated percentage of the building inspector that both sides were comfortable with. Is that accurate memory?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
basically what it came down to,
Okay.
was the evaluation determined that she was being underpaid. We had to bring her pay scale up to that, pretty much close to what the building inspector or building commissioner.
Yeah, I think it was 87% or something
It
like
was,
that.
yep.
And it was agreed upon. So we're not doing it just to fund the position. We're doing it
No, no.
because
No, no,
it was
no.
a legal requirement.
Yeah.
Yes.
If-
I just
if-
wanted to get it on the record.
Yep.
That's what it was.
It was
Yeah.
agreed upon by who?
Ed did a evaluation of the position based on a law that came into effect, and he could tell us more about it. But it wasn't her doing it, it wasn't him doing it, it was required by law to do, and he did the whole process. Is it-
So you're saying then people in similar positions in other towns are paid this amount of money?
The evaluations are going on in other towns right now, but the pay grade appears, because I do a lot of different towns, to be consistent for that title position.
There are very few towns that I'm aware of our size that have a health director.
Yep, that's why I'm on this too.
I also think that there's very few towns of our size that have 2 paid positions. I mean, even if you look in the building inspector, since you're comparing it to the building inspector, they have a on-the-ground inspector who has a tremendous amount of certifications for his position, and he has 1 volunteer in the department. So I still would like an explanation why we have 2 people in the department, what their certifications are, because we have, you know, a town that's only 6,000 people, and we have a director, and then we also have the agent who, like, is there a registered sanitarian in the department?
You're giving me a literature of questions. Why not one question at a time?
This is your language, Charlie. I'm speaking your language.
I can speak the language back to you, but...
Is there a registered sanitarian in the department?
There is no registered sanitarian in the department, nor is there a requirement for a registered sanitarian in the department. Why this was created the way it was created predates me.
Right.
So I can't answer as to why it developed the way it did.
Right.
What I am looking at is the fact that we have had an evaluation of that position done, and a pay grade was established, and therefore we have an obligation to pay it. The whole other issue relative to how this is laid out as the health department and that is actually a secondary question that needs to be addressed down the road.
Well, if you remember correctly, I think you were appointed, we had a new board, and this came to us before, and what we had chosen to do is to appoint you with all your wealth of experience in health boards to kind of relook at this, and so we kicked it down the road a little bit with the hope that with your expertise, you would then be able to determine, is it in our best interest to regionalize, you know, what's the situation? I personally would like to have a second opinion on the comparison of qualifications, certifications, licenses between...
But you're evaluating the individual when you're doing that. We are looking at what the position was classified to do. I was appointed on the Board of Health in November. It is now January. If you expected in 3 meetings that everything was going to change that fast, I would be remarkable. I mean...
I just feel like I never seem to get that many answers. If I'm looking right now at this is what we got the last...
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, the last Board of Health meeting, when it says Health Department wages, since 2015, it went from 25,900 or 26,000. The next year went up to 37,000. The next year went up to 46,000. I have yet to be told basically what's changed. I mean, our town hasn't grown that fast. Have the number of restaurants and sort of has the number of titles, 5s. Like, someone needs to explain to me the value of having 2 people in the department that are paid positions, actually 3 if you count the animal inspector. Like, I just don't understand. Like, nobody's explained to me yet why these increases and what's different.
Yeah, the hard work of reorganizing or regionalization needs to take place. It just does. It's hard work. It's not easy, and nobody said that it was. But
Regionalization is actually taking place.
Yeah.
We are setting up meetings with the town or city of Easthampton to discuss that. In fact, that's on our next agenda. I've already gone to a Q&A on how
You and
that's...
Jerry did.
How that's being done with Ludlow and East Long Meadow? No, East Long Meadow and Long Meadow.
Long Meadow.
You know, in fact, we've given that information to the building inspector in town because he's looking at the possibility of regionalization of his department with Westhampton. There's a lot going on, but I'm going to circle back and say I was appointed in November. It's now January.
and this article was already voted down at town meeting.
The article never...
This was. We just keep jamming it through.
Well, we decided to wait until this town meeting to put it on there. So if I can jump in here, because I think we're talking about 2 different
I was
things.
just going to say that. I think we're talking about 2 different
I
things.
mean, this is a reevaluation done because it was required by law, and the question is, the question is, do we want to fund it for the rest of the fiscal year so we have a health director in the health department? That's, I think, the question. Whether the Board of Health is set up properly and appropriately, I don't have the background, but obviously you folks do. But I think what you're telling us, that's being evaluated. So if in the next budget year we say, we're not going to fund this whole position, we're only funding this, then they have to deal with that. But right now, we need to fund this position, if we decide to do it, because that's what's required by law. We've got to pay what we agreed on paying, we just can't cut it off.
Correct.
So that's the question, and the other question is a couple steps down the road, in my opinion.
Thank you,
So,
John. I was actually just going to say that.
And maybe this is part of the discussion we have when we have the meeting with 5 towns.
Yep.
If there's any interest there. I mean, we're talking about regionalized, you
Well,
know.
there's also state money that's becoming available for regionalization. And the number of communities already tapped into that. We're kind of behind on that, but it's there.
yeah, I think our goal was to put somebody with experience on the board to complement the experience already there. So, and it sounds like you folks are working on that. And we have Becky, is it?
Yes.
Becky on there too, and she brings another element.
But these things all take time to,
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at 5 meetings and assume that there's gonna be a
No, we
complete
just
change of course in
just
5
expect
meetings.
more.
I'm not, but you don't spend $16,000 just to do that.
We do the $16,000 because of the fact that our individuals that were here prior to us initiated a re-evaluation and set this up.
Well, it was the select board that went ahead and approved an increase, which, you know, every single action on this board has a subsequent reaction.
It does.
And this goes back to something that was a little controversial, so now we're paying the price for that. And I saw the copy of the recommendation for the next budget, and it's included and even higher. So hopefully, there'll be an analysis of what is the certification, licensing, and qualifications of the people that are paid in the department, and make a decision around whether or not we have the best mix of people, because right now, I don't think we have.
But
people
we're
that-
not even talking about that right now. We're just talking about the article.
Well, we're talking about the comparison of the health director position to the building inspector and what that decision was. And what I'm saying is, when you compare, because I've seen side by side, I think there should be a second
think that would
opinion from another
That's what
attorney.
Ed did, and that's why we came up with the 87%.
Right. And I'm saying that I think warrants a second opinion, because when you look at the qualifications in one department, the qualifications in another department, the staffing in one department versus the other, I don't think they're apples and apples myself. So I think I would prefer to have a second opinion on that.
And if the 16,000 didn't get approved, how much further can this current salary go?
February, what was the date? Vicki, February what? What was the date for the, our salary, current salary? February?
That's when the
end of
board
Feb-
would
it was the
take
end of
over?
February. It was the end of February.
Towards the end of February.
It's the end of
So it's
February, I
running
just
out.
don't know
So it's-
exact date.
And that's when the board would take over?
But you're not going to have the
Shelley would
board.
take over.
Yeah.
That's when Charlie would get on his rowboat and start going up the river.
And it will be after 4 because I work a full-time job.
Yeah.
Sometimes till 5, not till
So that
5.
would be March, April, and
It's, yeah, the end of February is the date
February,
that we
March,
had.
April, May,
Came
and
up with
June.
Yeah.
5
8 more
months.
weeks.
Be about 5 months without the health department being open.
25 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's half a year almost.
That's the end of February.
But again, I think, I hate to say it this way, but I think sometimes personalities get in the way of some discussions, and we should fund the position because legally we have to, and then go forward with, if we want to have the board reorganized, let's sit
No
down.
one's saying no to that.
No, I'm just saying, then we sit down and have a real good conversation between the board and us and say, here's what we think, and how can we get to that point?
Well, I'll disagree with you, John. I don't think personnel is getting in the way. I'm looking at the budget for the Board of Health, and I just read off to you the increases year to year to year.
Yep.
We have an obligation to the taxpayers in this town, and I just feel like, I don't think I have been on the Board of Health. When I was in the Board of Health, we did not have a health director and a health agent. We had an administrative assistant who had the office open 4 days a week and was there so builders can come in and various people can come in and get forms and that sort of thing. And the agent was out in the world doing various agent duties. So I would like the Board of Health to consider looking at the qualifications, the licensing, and what's recommended, and decide what's the best configuration of the board. It has nothing to do with personalities. It has to do with money and has to do with the efficiency of the department, in my opinion.
I agree.
Look at the revenues and how they've increased over the past couple years. I mean, I think they're on that sheet too. You'll notice like the building has gone up
So,
based on qualifications. of
When I
that.
first came on the board, they did have an administrator, but that was actually exhausted. It was shared position with the building inspector and the Board of Health. She did half a day in the Board of Health and then half a day. And it was, Bianca was the first one, then it was someone else that actually came into another position in the town hall later on. But that was, the town actually removed that position from our department and told us that we had to run our department along with the building inspector with just that one person in there. So we had one health agent that had to run everything. So the clerical position was exhausted. It was removed.
Yeah, but you're an elected board. You have total jurisdiction of how you set up the Board of Health. You don't report to anybody. The only thing that
You know what, I don't know, I just know that at that time, I was like 1 month into it.
They cut it out of the
And
budget.
they cut it out of the, okay, that's what it was. I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
But even if we reorganize next week, we still got to fund the
Exactly, we're
position to
still
get
going
through
back to
end
what
of
the
year.
article is that we're
That's the
asking
key.
for the funding on.
That's-
It's what it comes down
I think
to.
we all here want to see the Board of Health reevaluate and reorganize, no doubt about it. But I think we need to get the Board of Health open, staying open for the rest of the year.
Right.
And let them hopefully do the job that they need to do.
Your board is key. Your board decides if this goes as an article or not. If you decide it doesn't go as an article, then technically we're going to be looking at laying off the director in February. But I will be very candid. I do not have that surplus time
And I don't
take-
have the time.
to take and run that department.
And what if we said something like up to?
You can't say the words up to.
You can't put it in.
Yeah. So the funding, so is our issue with the funding is that we don't want to pay the increased rate for the rest of the year, or we don't feel the hours need to be there for the rest of the year? I'm just, what's our real underlying issue? We need to fund it if we want the person there at this amount. I mean, that's the question. Do we not want to fund it to that amount, want a lesser amount to say, then you parse out your time? I just had to run something through the Board of Health myself, and if we didn't have somebody there during the day to help, that would have been a tough thing to do.
And we're running into spring now, which means we're going to run into the building
We're
season
going to do
again.
perk tests, you're going to do everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Title V's. Go ahead, Lucy, did you say?
Lucy Dahlin, 10 Strong Road. I just wanted to ask, you're voting to just put this article on the warrant.
Yeah.
It's not about funding it tonight.
It's to let the people decide.
Well, that's, yeah.
Right, but we still have, we have comments to make and questions to ask.
Right,
And
I'm just-
And like I said, the Department of Revenue, and Vicki can attest to this, does not recommend funding things not only out of free cash, because last I was told by Ed, you were going to be looking for additional revenue sources for this. Were there none to be had?
I can't take money away from our current budget now, not knowing what the rest is.
But if they're bringing in more money, is any of that money in the additional revenue that they're producing?
That was already included in the budget. When we originally did the budget, they had 35 or 40
okay.
grand projected for our tax rate.
So they're just making that, they're not in excess of what they projected?
They might, at the end of the year, I can't know what Title V.
Yeah, we
We
get
don't know how
into,
many, the numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, if it did, is there some way, some condition we could put on that money then reverts back to free cash if it's in?
It will.
It will. automatically
It
goes
always
back.
does.
I understand
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out an alternate way of paying for this without it coming from free cash, but ultimately it comes and goes from the same pot. Okay.
You talk about the DOR report, we just took money out for general insurance, and we just took money out for health design plan changes that we probably, you have to be consistent with everything. So if you're not going to do the Board of Health, then you can't do those other two things either, if you're going to refer to that report. So I guess that's, you should be
I was referring to
consistent.
salaries, and there have been repeated requests in the past
Yeah.
to take money out to
But
give
it doesn't
to give
specifically say
mid-year rate
salaries in there.
raises.
Doesn't specifically say salaries in that report. It says it doesn't specifically say salaries, it says everything.
And it does say that we shouldn't be balancing the budget with free cash.
But I'm almost,
Which we don't at the beginning. So, But we're doing it with all these other things.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as, with the union contracts, we made an agreement that we're going to pay this amount, we're going
Contractual.
retro.
It's different.
Yeah.
There's a law that says we had to reevaluate and pay at a fair rate. We agreed to that, so now we need to live up to that. I mean, to me, that's kind of the same thing. And whether we reorganize in that, again, like I've said, that's another question. Yeah. Because if we don't approve it, we shut down the Board of Health office.
Well, the point I've been making all the time is the Board of Health is an elected position. It's their job to decide about what the questions you just asked, John, in terms of the qualifications, the mix of the department, what's needed to actually create an effective Board of Health that looks out for the public health. Our role is...
Nobody's disputing that.
Yeah, I
The
think we
problem
all
is
agree,
Becky
yeah.
and I both got on in November. We haven't had time
I
to,
know.
And our hope is your recommendations will come forward, sooner than later.
I mean, we've already started looking at taking and sharing services. I've already gone to Cape Cod to a conference to try to pull more information out. I sat on the governor's committee as the workforce development responsible person to look at qualifications and all that. It's not like we don't have the background here.
I would appreciate if someone from the Board of Health could just explain the increases over the last several years that I've mentioned more than once and haven't gotten an answer to yet. Is it increase in hours? Is it increase in pay?
I will bring it up at the next agenda.
It's all
to
under health
take and
department
have somebody
wages,
Put
okay?
together a quick report.
I think that would be good.
Part of the problem with that is there's been such a change of the guard at that Board of Health that you have no institutional knowledge. We're just drawing from
Well, we have
fractured,
minutes, we have
I understand that, but-
budgets, we have documents.
but
It's not all verbal.
We have that too.
Okay. That would be helpful if we're going to ask the people to vote on that. What's that,
You
Vinnie?
should ask all the departments going forward, when you look at all the budgets, why some of them increased year over year.
Yeah,
Not just this one, but it
not
should
just
be
one
all of them.
department.
That's part of the process of evaluating the
We
budgets.
get to the budget.
And I think there are unanticipated expenses. All I want is an explanation.
Yeah, I know, I'm
That's-
just saying we should do that with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Any other questions or
Reading Ed had
comments? Ed?
I've just got a couple. One, I wanted to follow up on at least the retroactivity for police coming out of free cash. If we had actually come to an agreement in fiscal year 19, that money was sitting in the police department budget to pay that retroactivity. However, we didn't. Therefore, that money got closed out at the end of fiscal year 19. It flowed to free cash, so it is really a direct pass. As far as the health director's article for funding, which is in front of us, I think there's two separate questions. One is, yes, I, with the help of KP Law, did the evaluation through the new Pay Equity Act between the building inspector's duties, responsibilities, education, training, and the health directors. And did come back with the fact that, yes, in my opinion, with the help of going through the Attorney General's guide and using KP Law, that the health director's salary or rate of pay should be 87% of the building commissioner's rate of pay. Now, the Pay Equity Act says the town should keep making progress towards funding that. So that's the first part of that. So legally, under the Pay Equity Act, I think the town has some responsibility to keep moving in the right direction. That being said, the second part of that question is, all right, are you interested in following that? And if you are, do you want to fund the health director position so that office is staffed for the remainder of the fiscal year, or for maybe longer than the end of February in a shorter period of time?
Thank you, Ed. Any questions or comments?
Nope.
Ready to vote?
Do we have motions?
I believe we do. We did two of them together.
Do we or
We did this one plus the, actually, which we haven't spoken to yet, so
She's saying we don't have any motions.
We haven't done any motions.
oh, okay.
I read them, but we didn't.
Okay, you read both of them, but there was no motion. Let's just do one at a time then, would that be all right? Would someone like to make a motion?
Well, first, do we need to make a motion to strike 13, or can that automatically be with?
Point.
Right.
I think we do.
Okay, I move to strike Article 13.
I'll second
Thank you.
that.
I'll second.
You get that, Kathy? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Someone would like to make a motion for what is now
Well-
Article 13? Funding for the health director.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we vote to appropriate transfer the 16,328.60 from free cash as written.
Second?
I'll second it.
I understand the.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it carries. Next one, which is funding for an e-codification system for town bylaws and regulations.
Can we have a little more clarification on the e-codification? I'm not remembering it.
Back a couple months ago, I gave everyone packets, or I gave Ed packets to give to you all. It's a E-Code 360. It's a program that we send our bylaws, our zoning, planning, general.
So it's a third-party software?
Yep.
Okay.
And they will take our bylaws, put them in a unified, organized manner. They have their own legal department. We send them our bylaws, our amendments. They look at them. They send us back what they suggest
For changes?
for
or-
changes. Not changes, not changes, not changes, not
was gonna
changes, not changes, their suggestions. I wish you guys would have read the packet.
I think we did, but it was a few months ago, and I
Go
just...
on.
I guess the other thing it does, because I've seen it and Chris saw it, the salesperson came in and gave a presentation.
Yes, she did.
It kind of
We're just reacting
integrates
to the laborious
Virginia.
process we just went through, that's all.
It integrates the various department bylaws where they intersect so that they kind of cross-reference one
Lucy,
another.
No, Lucy, come on up.
Am I right? They cross-reference one another among the different,
Yeah.
okay. I guess my question is, and I should have asked this when we saw the salesperson, whether or not this $6,200 would replace the legal fees that we have to pay our attorneys to review our
That, I don't know. I can ask her.
bylaws.
No.
I can ask her.
Their legal department doesn't do that? You said they had legal.
Their legal department will go through everything,
Bless you.
look everything over, send it back to us with what they see is wrong,
Yeah.
and we review it and we send it
So
back.
they make us aware of maybe some issues, and we go to our legal and say, hey, this is
Right.
what they recommend. Is this a one-time setup
The
fee?
$6,200 is the fee, and then it's $1,100
Maintenance.
maintenance.
Every year.
Yeah.
And I think what they do too is to keep abreast of any updates in
Yes.
Mass General Law,
Yes.
so they can, help us keep ahead of that as well.
Right.
I gave you all a packet. I wish you would have read it.
After tonight's exercise. I think people
When
might
did we get the
be
packet?
disposed.
Months ago.
No, I don't remember reading it. I'm pretty good about.
Well, I gave them to Ed.
Yeah,
so.
I sent them out.
Sure, we read them, but we get a lot of stuff. Sorry, Lucy.
I mean, she will come and speak if she needs to, so.
I guess, it sounds like a really good, for me, it sounds like a really good thing, especially the whole process we've just been going through with the bylaws. I mean, it sounds wonderful. My question is whether it needs to be in a special town meeting or whether it should be in May.
That's fine. You can strike it from now and,
I'm only one person here. I'm just commenting about usually things like that end up with other funding requests for a budget year as opposed to
okay,
here.
that's fine. You can strike it from this one and I'll bring it up for May.
But I'm just also wondering, what's the recommendation for the use, for the funds? I mean, where would it come from?
Free cash.
Yeah, you need to,
It doesn't say free cash on
It
here.
doesn't.
Yeah,
say it.
well, it's changed in the actual ones that we get signed, so.
You have to have a funding source.
Yeah.
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 Open-ended
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when would this start, Lucy? Immediately after the town meeting votes? Or would it be for fiscal '21?
Fiscal 21,
Okay.
yeah,
So we'd start in,
yeah.
So is this something we can put as a line item in our budget? A one-time line item?
I'd like to have a presentation, actually, if you said
She
this
will
person
come.
would be willing to come and
Yeah,
speak. I
she
think
will
that
come.
would be great to hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, because you said it was a good
and
presentation.
yes, it was a great presentation, and I think the chairs of other committees that would utilize this
Yeah.
would be important as
And I have
as well.
spoken to someone from another board, and they are on board with it, so.
Okay.
Personally, I would love to have a person come and give a presentation to the select board, which would then be on video and available to the townspeople, and then put it on for the regular town meeting.
Okay.
So,
Just my opinion, it is a wonderful program. There's a number of communities around us that are using it, but the question arises that, should it be funded at a special town meeting, or should it stand up against everybody else's request budgetarily at the annual town meeting? And it can be done, a number of ways, whether it's, in a separate article like this, within the budget, as a line item. I'd probably say put it as a separate article as far as that goes, but just my opinion.
But I guess looking at, I know they've been larger ticket items that have come out of free cash over time. I guess I don't understand why this would be something different that we would want to have as a line item and not something that would come out of free cash at this time.
It would be considered somewhat of a capital, because it's over $5,000 and useful life is over a year. So you could, and it would end up probably, you could do it that way too.
but then the budget would have to maintain the $1,100.
The $1,100, yes, which I don't know if you'd have to put the $1,100 in the budget for '21, because you would pay for this, and then '21, you'd have to pay for $1,100 maybe. You know what I mean? You'd have to put that in your line item.
I'd like to see the presentation, so if Lucy's okay with waiting until May,
So I'm going to propose that we wait till May. I will ask the person to come in, and Ed can put it on a select board
okay, right,
agenda
Good.
if you have questions.
okay.
So you can strike 15.
So we'll make a
Thank
motion,
you.
we strike the funding
Lucy
for the
saved us a lot of money
e-codification.
tonight between the two
Is there a
articles.
second?
I'll second.
All those in favor of striking the funding for e-codification system?
Aye.
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 Aye, yeah.
Okay, Chris, you want to pick up from here?
Sure, okay. Let me just get the numbering right. This should be number 14, I believe now.
Actually, I think it's 13.
I guess we weren't going to,
Article 14?
yeah, we weren't going to say the numbers, just read the title, yeah.
But we can
No, well, but I think we, yeah, let's
think
get the
we
numbering
struck
right
two.
too.
No, you're reading it.
Yeah, so this is the one under the administrative section, and the title is Change Treasurer Collector to Appointed Position. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 1B, to change the position of elected treasurer collector to an appointed position to be appointed by the Select Board for a term of up to 3 years, provided, however, that such change shall not take effect unless it is also approved by the voters at the 2020 annual town election, or take any other action relative thereto. Keep on going?
Can we just do this one? It's administrative.
It's a
So I'll
different
make
section, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, we accept this article.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there discussion? I do know that this was another one of the DOR recommendations. I personally don't support putting it on a special town meeting.
You'd rather have it at the May meeting?
I'd rather have it at the May meeting, regular town, annual town meeting.
Which would mean you would wait 1 year for it to go on the ballot.
Yeah, the annual town election, we have to do that,
Yeah,
timing on that one.
Can't be
'cause I
within-
think that's why
can't
it's
be
here
within-
now,
Yeah.
because we missed it, I think, before, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That it was voted on. Any other comments or questions? Like to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. You want to keep going?
Sure.
Could I have a question before community preservation funding? I thought we didn't, the select board did not approve community preservation funding,
Yeah.
no?
Well, you have to approve the warrant.
Of the warrant, okay, right.
To go on the warrant.
I mean, right, that's what I meant.
Okay, so this would be Article 15, transfer CPC funds for Historical Commission installing flagpole at Old One-Room Schoolhouse. To see if the town will vote to transfer $2,000 from community preservation funds to the Historical Commission to purchase and install a flagpole in the area of the historical one-room schoolhouse in Conant Park to add to the historical appearance of the school. Said sum to be transferred from community preservation surcharges, historical preservation account, or take any other action there relative thereto.
Make a motion, we accept.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Want to keep going, Chris?
Sure. This would then be 16, I believe. Land donation to the town, 57 Cold Spring Road from Hendricks, acceptance. To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to acquire by purchase, gift, eminent domain, or otherwise, on such terms and conditions as the select board shall determine, a parcel of land commonly known as 57 Cold Spring Road, Southampton, being tax map 6, parcel 19, to be preserved as open space and designated as, quote, no motorized vehicles permitted, end quote, and to authorize the select board to enter into all agreements and take all related actions necessary or convenient to carry out said acquisition or take any other action relative thereto.
So a question on that. When we get a land donation, there's got to be some legal and other costs involved, right? So where does that cost go? Where does it come out of?
Probably our legal budget.
Okay, so we just want to make sure we have it in a budget. I'm not saying don't take it, of course, but
Yeah.
Wasn't it all covered by the donor?
Sorry?
Wasn't it all going to be covered by the donor?
Not that I'm aware of.
Don't know.
as long
Yeah,
as,
we would have basically the closing costs. We should do a title search on it.
so we need to have enough in our budget to do this.
Yeah, probably end up being, I don't know, $1,500 to $2,000 at the most, I would guess.
It might, to John's point, it might be good to have that information. I know it's not part of the article, but to certainly share at the meeting
Yeah,
so that people understand the implications of this.
yeah.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, we accept the new Article 16 land donation.
Is there a
I'll second it. I'll second.
Any further discussion or questions? Yeah, sure. Want to come up here, April?
April West 54 Strong Road, on this gift of land as Article 16, after we've waded through all of the budget stuff, wouldn't it be great to have this like as one of the first articles on the warrant? So the donor, who's in his 90s, doesn't have to sit through the painful minutia of all the finances. And we'll have the largest amount of people there too, so that that can be recognized.
That
Thank
sounds
you.
a great idea.
Might
I
be a
think
good
that's a
idea.
great idea.
I
Yep.
think too.
Good idea, yeah.
I don't know about the minutia part, April, but the other idea is good.
And we want people to stay for the whole thing, right?
I think it's
We have a
great to
loyal
Yeah.
group
honor
here.
them, yeah.
Would someone like to make a motion to include that? Or is it as, does that
We
be
need
separate?
to have a motion to renumber these, or,
To change the order?
Yeah, you would.
okay, or can we just make this a motion at the town meeting? I think that'd be the easiest way.
Yeah.
Robert Floyd, town moderator, I always ask if there's a good reason to reorganize the articles, and we can do it there.
Okay, so we can do that?
Or you can do it here.
I think we should do it.
Okay.
Preference. Do we have to have a separate motion to approve the article and then separately to change the order, or no?
I just have to tell me where you want it. It just takes it me that much longer to edit all this.
I move to approve the land donation article to be Article 1.
I think we have a motion. Do we have a motion and a second already there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need a vote.
Rescind it.
Yeah.
Rescind it and renumber it.
But Ed says you don't need to have that on there, right? The renumbering, you just need to know where we want it?
Yeah, it only gets confusing for referring to other.
So are you suggesting the moderator do it?
That was my suggestion, but
Okay.
you're the bosses, so.
I'm fine with that, it's, you know.
Personally, I'd like to,
I'd just like to have it renumbered here. I don't see that.
because I think there's lots of people going to be reading it. Robert's having his public meeting. I think that putting it first would get it out there for everybody that's reading the warrant.
Yeah.
So let's vote on the original motion, which is to approve this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Would someone like to make a motion to move it to out of order?
Move to make it Article 1.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Before we do that, oh, this was the
Huh?
discussion part there.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't Article 1 with the students and all that?
Not special.
No, okay, we're not having that, okay. Okay,
It's at the
that was
end.
my only question.
Francine seconded, I think.
I did. Well, or
Whatever.
Okay. Was it you, Chris?
We probably both did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, all right.
So can I just ask, are we just changing that now Article 16 to the Article number 1 and then renumbering the rest of them?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell me to
la-
use a pencil.
Thank you, April. Land disposal as surplus property. Chris, you want to? that?
Probably not. I probably should not.
Oh, correct. John, you want to start again?
Sure, Article whatever it is. Conveyance of property at 93 College Highway. To see if the town will vote to transfer the care, custody, and control of that property located at 93 College Highway, described in a deed recorded with the Hampshire Registry of Deeds in Book 6098, page 95, containing 8 acres, more or less, from the Select Board for general municipal purposes, and authorize the Select Board to convey such property on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the Select Board deems appropriate, including reserving such drainage easements as the town may require, and to execute such documents as may be necessary to carry out the purpose of this article or take any other action relative thereto.
Move to approve that article.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? So people are aware, this is land that went to the town from the farm, and the request is to offer the land up for sale on College Highway there. So if there's no question or comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
As an abutter, I'm going to abstain.
What's that?
I'm abstaining as an abutter.
Okay, I'll continue. The amend zoning bylaw / amendment of zoning map, bylaw section 3B by amending the map. This is, by the way, part 5 zoning bylaws. To see if the town will vote to amend the Southampton zoning map, ZBL section 3B by changing the designation of the subject parcel consisting of 1.6 plus or minus acres located at 173 and 175 College Highway, and also identified on Assessor's Map 24, parcels 2 and 57, from the present zoning designation of Residential Village, RV, to Commercial Village, CV, or take any other actions relative thereto. If I'm not mistaken, that's the property adjacent to the old JP's area?
Correct.
Okay. Do we want to do these piece by piece, or you want both of them?
Yeah, I think so, piece by piece, because I think it's
Okay.
questions separately.
I move to approve that article.
Second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yeah, so we're recommending that it be changed. Is that what you're saying?
We're
I
recommending
think the
article
planning board put this forward, although they are not
So
recommending.
we're recommending just putting this
on.
On the town meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
all.
I'm okay with
Okay.
that.
But this went, yeah, you want to come up? No, you have to
You
come
gotta
up to the
stand at the
speaker.
mic. Yeah.
Losing my hearing.
Oh,
Well, I'm trying to gain it back, but I'm not having much luck. Are we talking about the planning board zoning bylaw change here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right? Is this the piece of property that the donut place has purchased?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that zoned right now for farming or
It's
business?
zoned residential.
Residential village.
Residential village.
We're gonna zone it back, we're gonna zone it for business?
They're asking for that to happen.
You are aware we lost the tax on the Opa.
Mm-hmm.
If this isn't changed to business, or is changed, we should be able to pick up $20,000 a year.
Yeah. That's why it's going to town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a public hearing about this, too.
I
It was
know.
very well attended.
Missed it somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
very well attended. But wasn't there a vote on that evening by the planning board?
Yeah, they voted it down.
They voted to not recommend
Not
it.
to recommend
Didn't recommend it.
They voted to
Yeah.
not recommend it.
There's also, what, 5% on the food that they sell?
Yeah. 6.25.
For a
is it?
tax?
Isn't there something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that just replaces what revenue we get from the existing Dunkin' Donuts.
That just replaces it, yeah.
Yeah, but something else will go
Yeah.
in there.
Well, we can be blessed, be right next door to Opa, the Baptist church.
I know.
So this vote is to put it in front of the voters.
I'm sorry?
This vote is to put it in front of the voters to
Yes.
decide.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? You ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Would someone like to read the previous 21?
I'll keep going again. Okay, amend zoning bylaw / amendment of zoning map bylaw section 3B by amending the map. To see if the town will vote to amend the Southampton zoning map ZBL section 3B by changing the zoning designation of a parcel of land consisting of 14.7 plus or minus acres and located at the southwest corner of College Highway and Valley Road, also identified on Assessor's Map 39, Parcel 26, and as shown on a plan prepared by Heritage Surveys, Inc. Proposed zone change area, Industrial Park IP to Commercial Highway CH, Map 39, Parcel 26, Eugene R. Labrie College Highway and Valley Road, Southampton, Mass. From the present zoning designation of Industrial Park IP to Commercial Highway CH, or take any other action relative hereto. So just to clarify, this is the corner where the red barn is located, partway through that segment of property. Because I know on the other side of Valley Road, that's where I believe the church initially looked to put it, and that's for sale. So I don't want to confuse the two. This is where the red barn is side in front of J&E, correct? Okay.
Correct.
Can I ask, did someone distinguish between the two zoning categories? The industrial park and the commercial highway?
I'm just asking if there's someone who's able to speak to that here. No? Can someone speak to Francine's question?
What does IP mean versus CH?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I
Yeah, I know what it
IP
says.
is industrial park.
Can you
or
just introduce yourself first?
Ryan Giller, 39 College Highway. IP is industrial park or industrial zone, which that area is chairman of the zoning board.
So that could be another J&E type of business?
Yes, so that section, I believe, off the top of my head, Valley Road from Route 10 all the way back to...
The Westfield line.
Yeah, the Westfield line is industrial.
Okay.
So the commercial highway is zoned area in town is from Manhattan River all the way up to the Easthampton line, both sides of the road. That's what.
By changing it, what does that mean?
I think from what I understand from just learning is that...
Changing, commercial highway IP is, I'm on the spot, but IP doesn't allow retail.
You can't put a restaurant, you can't put
Yeah.
retail shops.
Okay.
Yeah, anything like that, where IP is basically manufacturing, trucking terminal, some of those uses. Such.
You know the point of having it be IP in the past?
I'm gonna put my toe in the water, but I believe it was changed to IP back way before my time. And I think, because they're in manufacturing, is what that needed to be, and I think they own that whole tract of land or a portion of it, and it got changed. I'm talking out of text, I'm not 100% sure, but I know that section is, and there's two other sections in town that are IP as well.
Good, thank you. And again, I'm just going to suggest that we have someone here who can tell that to the voters as they consider this article.
So I make a motion, we accept the article.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I guess continuing on.
Do we have to do this?
We
really?
don't have to do these.
Oh, we
already
don't.
did them. If we do these again, I'm out of here.
Yep.
Do we approved them all, did we approve them for the warrant?
Go on the warrant.
Yeah, I would just get to this point and say.
One motion to approve all the bylaws for the
The four bylaws as amended.
for the warrant.
I move to approve the 4 bylaws as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Phew.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, I guess we're back now to remote participation in town boards and committee discussion.
I like that.
And actually, Marla Hank had asked me if, and I had to do some research, if the select board had ever adopted remote participation, because if they had, basically all the municipal departments would be able to use it. I have not found any, I've found reference to it, I have not found anything that says that the select board had ever adopted remote participation for the town of Southampton. So Concom had asked if it was possible to do that. Of course, it's possible to do that. It's up to the select board. I will tell you, the only thing I see, I'm going to just say semi-deterrent at this point in time, as I looked at our 2 meeting rooms, I see internet jacks. I do not see telephone jacks. One of the pieces of the remote participation requirement is that anyone in that meeting room has to be able to hear who's ever on the phone. You also have to have a quorum of the committee in existence. The person on the phone can't count towards the quorum requirement. So, you know, in a room this large and probably as large as the meeting room upstairs, having someone call in on a cell phone probably isn't going to cut it for everyone being able to hear what that person has to say. I mean, not even just the committee members, but the people that are in attendance. So that's the only thing I can see as a deterrent. We'd probably have to have at least one of the rooms, you know, wired so you could use a conference phone in it. I mean, if Capital moved forward with voice over IP, obviously voice over IP actually plugs into internet jacks, so that would make it a little simpler. But remote participation is a great thing. That's the only piece of the puzzle that I see that may be a little deterrent for us to use it right now. Doesn't mean that the board can't, you know, have the discussion about adopting it and even adopting it, but just keep in the back of your mind that once someone really wants to utilize that, we're going to have to wire one of these rooms up, and the buying the conference phone is probably the least expensive of those 2 options, and getting it done.
And Ed, did you say that the person who calls in cannot be part of the quorum? That they don't count as a quorum?
No, you have to say it's the select board. Your quorum is 3.
Yeah.
You would have to have 3 here, and then either the 4th or the 5th person can call in. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair has to announce that there's someone on the telephone and who it is that is remote participating. They don't really have to announce why. Once you have that meeting in remote participation, all votes have to be roll call votes, much like occur in executive session, just so you can hear what the person is is voting. So.
Just for the future, I belong to a couple of other boards, and we do remote meetings oftentimes by Zoom or by GoToMeeting, and both of those are pretty effective. Zoom in particular is extremely effective. I mean, I'm calling in from people, people are calling in from around the world, not just, across town. So there is technology out there that really could be useful someday if we get to that point.
Yeah. We can do a WebEx and just hook it up to the monitor up there, and you'd have the sound, and you'd have, or you can just turn a computer around, plug a little external speaker or a wireless speaker into it, and that wouldn't be hard at all.
Or with our new Easthampton media contract, as we kind of retrofit this room, maybe that could be something we could add.
Yeah, but I mean, we can still do it now. It's, technology's there.
Tamara Lunas, 298 College Highway. We do this for the Hampshire Regional School Committee in the Hampshire Regional Library off of a cell phone. And the gentleman that's speaking most of the time, you can hear him perfectly. There's a couple times where he won't hear somebody that's way away, but he can hear the chair and the principal and the superintendent and all the admin perfectly. And it has worked off of a cell phone. But I'm glad Francine brought up the e-media, because that's something we can look at too.
Yeah, I think
We just need to have notice of that, that's all.
I just want to make sure that the public can hear too, because we have enough time hearing them from them that they can't hear us with microphones, never mind a remote. I think it's definitely what we need to look into. I mean, it's certainly the way things are going, whether it happened through Easthampton Media or through funding of the voiceover. I think it's worth keeping on the front burner. Was this a request by one of the committees in town?
Concom.
Concom.
Because they are down to, of course, they're down to the quorum, so if one of them was missing,
That's why I wanted to be clear on that,
it doesn't really
It still wouldn't be able to do it.
help matters. But
It's a good point.
but if they did get another, person or two, if they were able to get a quorum, it might help them in the future with decisions.
I think
And I'm going to take a shot here, but I find it somewhat amusing what Tammy just said about the remote participation in the library, because I will tell you, I've been to a few meetings there. I have a hard time hearing the members that are sitting there in the room, and I'm actually a little bit surprised they haven't been challenged on accessibility yet for microphones and speakers and hearing, so.
We've looked into it, but we've been doing it in this side.
I bring in a portable speaker sometimes to work if people are calling in remotely, because a cell phone isn't really enough for certain rooms for people to be able to hear.
Depends.
We can hear him. He needs to hear us.
Yeah.
True.
Are we ready to move on to the DLTA grant? Would you like to start, Ed?
Yeah, there's, the DLT grants are out there and actually have to be supposedly submitted by January 24th. There are a number of, shall we say, requests or interests that I'm aware of. The resurgence of BAPAC, which is for the Barnes Aquifer Protection, was one of them. Patty Gambarini was reaching out to me about that on the behalf of Easthampton, and she's reached out to Easthampton but hasn't gotten any interest back from the mayor in Easthampton on that, and she feels it may be that Easthampton has two other requests in, so that particular one has fallen off the plate at this particular time, and they were seeming to have a hard time getting other communities other than Easthampton and Southampton interested in that. You may remember that actually last year I submitted a regional one on that, and no one else actually parlayed onto it. So that was one of them. There's one in your packet. The Historic Commission is interested in looking at a DLTA grant that the board would have to sign off on for them because they're not an elected board, they're an appointed board. But this would be a regional application, and usually Pioneer Valley Planning will look at them in two different buckets and not count them against each other. If the town were applying for something that, for a DLTA grant that applied to more than themselves, but 2, 3, 4, 5 other towns, that would be in one bucket. If you were looking for something for yourself within your own municipality, that would be in another. But the Star Commission is interested in joining with, I think it's Easthampton, Westfield, Southwick, and I think there might be one other committee to actually do the research on where the canal system actually came through those communities and record it for the historic perspectives. They're interested in that one. The planning board, I think Cindy, you can probably speak to what they're interested in, and it sounds like it's something that would be along the lines of going back to what some of the MPI goals and how they interact with the planning board. So if you want to...
Cindy Palmer, 71 Glendale Road. Right, the planning board last meeting, it was a continuation of a discussion with Master Plan Implementation Committee, and it goes along the lines of what was discussed at the presentation to the Select Board by the Master Plan Implementation Committee Chair, that's Mike Rosenberg, that there's a lot involved in reviewing the master plan, implementing it, bringing in the community, and more importantly, coordinating the three primary bodies, which is the Select Board, the Planning Board, and the Master Plan Implementation Committee. And as recommended in the application, we met with one of the PVPC people, Eric Weiss. Is that his name, Weiss?
Weiss.
And
Eric.
We being you and I.
yeah, Chris Fowles and I met with him, and he encouraged us to at least put in an application. The deadline is looming. It's this Friday. We've already drafted it out, and it already went before the planning board, and Paul Deman, the chair, is willing to sign that one. He could be a signer as an application. He also made the point to us that put in the application, we don't know whether it'll be accepted. The PVPC makes decisions on what's going to be divvied up. He also told us, we have some time to, make certain this is exactly what we want. So we're proposing that be signed by Paul Deman, and Chris and I have drafted out the letter.
Let me give you a couple of highlights of it. Basically, as we talked about when Mike was here, to really follow up on that with the 3 committee meeting, which is now scheduled for February 25th. I think everybody pretty much has agreed to that meeting, from what I know, which will be great to have that follow-up meeting with all 3 boards involved. What we really were trying to do, and we hadn't planned on this, but except for this deadline looming, this is only from what I gather, only a one-time a year possibility that this opportunity exists to apply for this grant. Mr. Weiss said that occasionally they have some money that they look at mid-year, so you might have a second time to apply, but he was really discouraging us from that, saying that they usually have more applications than money, and the likelihood of a second application time during the year is just about nil. So if we were interested in doing anything, it would be now. And the focus would be to really just keep on with the momentum that we've had after we've spent a year of really going through the master plan, different chapters, coming up with the priorities, summary priorities that Mike presented to Select Board, and have somebody basically be a facilitator. What we're looking for, because I think we all agreed that none of us felt like we could keep it moving ourselves on its own steam. It really would benefit from having an outside facilitator come in and basically bring members of the 3 committees together and try to see how we can pretty much facilitate some prioritization of the master plan with the goal of really forming what I guess I would say would be a 5-year action plan. So looking at some of the obstacles, some of the approaches that we could use, and trying to figure out of all the chapters where we could really focus our energies, again, tying in with some of the Select Board priorities that had already been mentioned. I think when Mike talked to us, we kind of had the idea that the affordable housing and economic development chapters 1 and 2 were the ones that had received the most interest or the most comments, or were the ones that were the toughest to really tackle. But if I remember the meeting, you know, we all kind of agreed that, look, we have no way to really make that choice on our own, and nor would we want to say that, you know, this is what we think the priorities are. So a real big piece of this would be not only to convene a series of meetings amongst the three parties, but especially to help us design what I would call an effective participation strategy for the community. We've tried it a bit with the open space update plan, where they've done out the survey monkey thing and a few other ways to get the word out. But this would be a different kind of, a more comprehensive probably communication strategy to get the most people involved possible, so that we are really clear on what the priorities would be from a wide variety of people in town, not just through one method, but through several methods, and really have the benefit of understanding what the community really sees as priorities, since this thing has been sitting on the shelf for a number of years. So the idea really is to have a facilitator to help us bring together not only our own thoughts amongst the three committees, but to then at the same time really design ways to get that word out and get people involved in participating in selecting some of the priorities that then would form basically a 5-year action plan.
So
that's the goal.
I'm not clear, because I think that's what we all agreed to when the master plan presented, that the next step would be the 3-town committee.
Right.
And we would try to get community input and decide what the priorities are of the town moving forward between that and the select board goals. But this sounds like a DLT grant specific to affordable housing. So
No, sorry. that changed over time. That got, I don't know, it was started out as a way of saying, okay, this is something that's come up as a high priority, but then in further discussion at the planning board meetings and so forth, we realized that isn't the only priority, obviously. No, it's more to look at all the chapters and see out of those summary pages that Mike presented what we all can agree upon as really the highest priorities. We had been assuming all along, though, that affordable housing and economic development were two of the big ones, but not necessarily. We know that the Greenway is a big one.
What I heard out of that was water protection in the Greenway.
There's water protection, there's Greenway.
Other people got something else out of it.
The affordable housing shouldn't be on there. It was basically a notion to go back and try to look at, I guess I would say, really kind of paring down the master plan. Not that we haven't spent the year trying to, understand it and consolidate it and make some sense out of it, but it still is unwieldy. Right. It still needs to be narrowed down.
What is the planning board submitting for the DLTA grant?
The facilitation process.
Facilitation process. Okay.
Yeah, it's essentially a one-page application where you just ask for that. You don't ask for any money. They determine what they're willing to give you based on the pie that they have to cut out, and in fact, the money never comes to us. It pays for their facilitator. So if they give us a grant for $4,000 or whatever it might be, it covers their facilitation. Basically, that's what it is.
So you see the facilitator as playing a role with the 3 committees in trying to help us move forward.
Yes, exactly.
And the town.
And bringing in, having a variety of methods and sessions with townspeople as we can.
And the urgency of doing it, because I was a little surprised that we had decided that we were going to have a 3-committee meeting. Next thing I know, planning board has met with master plan twice. And is now writing a grant. So you're just trying to meet a deadline, but the intent of the plan is still the same.
Yes,
the plan.
It is.
Okay.
So the deadline is really, unfortunately, what kind of intervened here before we have the opportunity to have that February meeting. And from what we understand, we'll actually know the results of any grant application within a couple of weeks. Apparently, they turn these around really quickly. So by the time we have the February meeting, we'll know one way or another whether we have it or not. And then if we don't, then we go with Plan B, whatever that might be. But I think we all felt, and even when Mike presented it, that we just thought that the outside facilitation would really help move it along rather than trying to sort of
Well, we mentioned that the
rehash
last
it,
time
so,
when we had decided to have, next step was to have it be facilitated.
Right.
And we need somebody dedicated to really drive this thing. You have people coming who are basically volunteers, and the catch is catch-can basis. This reminds me, even though I wasn't there, it sounds to me like this may have been the process to develop the master plan initially. That
In a way,
came, the
yeah.
support came from the PVPC and
Yeah.
and putting
So, I
the
mean,
whole
this-
thing together.
Yeah, so this can be, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, the applications can come in either from Select Board or Planning Board, or the Town Administrator also, okay. And so Planning Board has offered to sponsor it for us if we want them to do that,
I'm fine with that.
so.
So we don't need a motion or anything, right? I mean, they're just,
Not really, we
any
just-
committee has any right to write a grant whenever they want, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
trying to, and we're not negating the February meeting by any means. I mean, it's, you know, this will be a prelude to it, and if we happen to get it, then that will be a great thing moving forward, but if not, so be it. And as far as I understand, like you said, there's a couple of pots of money, so this wouldn't contradict anything that Historical would want to put forth as well.
Wouldn't contradict the historical, because that's a
Regional.
one.
Right.
The next two I bring up might be a little bit
Okay.
different, however.
Okay.
And one, I had actually reached out right after they had announced the DLTA grants and asked them if there was anything or any categories that would allow us to have PVT, Pioneer Valley Planning, actually take what we had existing for any town digitized maps and replace what we used under Munimapper with the GIS system, and then maintain that for us as our agent. Because that's one of the things I'd like to see the town utilize in the future. You can take those base maps, and then you're able to actually lay on top of them different layers, such as zoning layers, open space, conservation. You can actually even put infrastructure in there if you wanted to put where your hydrants are, or sewer system, or water system, or what have you. But I didn't hear back from them on that as they looked into it, and I kind of got an answer that, well, you can apply for it. And I was reading between the lines, and again, I think it's one of those things, if they had extra money, might be a push to get to, but it didn't sound too promising. So actually, when I reached out to see where they were on that one, I had over the last weekend, I think I spent 40 hours in here over the weekend trying to play with bylaws and format special town meeting warrants and what have you. There's another one that I think there's got a high probability of being funded, and I don't know if PVTA would look at it as a direct, shall we say, competitor to the planning board one or not, and I don't want to step on any toes, so there are two members of this committee here. Town could submit for help with recodification of their bylaws. And the original, and this is just my opinion again, the original, what I thought was the original plan of just going through them and reviewing them and maybe renumbering them and making them consistent has really turned into a recodification. So I'll throw that one out there also. If anyone had any, especially the two members, even though they don't make a quorum, had any interest in going down that road.
I think part of that would be solved by the thing Lucy was trying to present, though.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Excuse me.
The Board of Assessors will have zoning on the new maps coming out.
They'll have zoning on the new maps, but you will never get to infrastructure or anything like that that you can add with the GIS. Yeah.
So is any action required of us other than to be informed?
Well, if you want me to put in for any particular one, yes, you'd have to let me know that. And then on the flip side of that, if you would be willing to take a vote on supporting at least the Historic Commission's request, DLTA request for the canal one, I have those documents here if you allow the chair of the select board to sign that.
I have a question. It does say that it's encouraged to, have 5% in-kind services on top of it. And then it says cash donations are also encouraged to be able to allow more funding. That kind of,
We asked
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
He said the in-kind piece
This
is
is
easily captured
doable,
by,
yeah.
by the volunteer time that all of the committee meetings and that sort of thing. Cash is donation. I mean, if we had extra cash, we could donate it. I don't know that we have any extra cash, but I
doesn't
don't think that's an
impact the
issue.
award at all.
We also asked him the question about applying for, the town applying for more than one DLTA, whether it's these two different pots or just all in one pot. He said, sort of a fallacy that you can apply for as many as you want, you know. So I don't think that contradicts any of it. It doesn't mean we'll get them, but we can certainly put an application.
Yeah, it just depends on what they've got for applications, you know.
I can make
D-
cookies
d-
and bring
during-
it down to PDC.
Yeah, if they get a ton of applications, you might compete against yourself. If they don't, I mean, that's basically one of the ways they actually help pay for their staff.
and, what kind of fund, do you have to specify how much money you're looking for?
No,
You don't have to say.
yeah.
So they make a determination based on the project, what
Yep.
the funding would be necessary for
Yep.
that?
Yep. And based on their experience, I think of having a facilitator, do this kind of work so they can figure out how many meetings might be involved, how many hours, what that would cost. So they make those determinations themselves.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion to support the DLTA grant for the historic canals? Is anybody interested in a vote to support that? Because they're an appointed committee?
Okay.
And this one would be, it's a regional project, so it's not a direct competitor to what
Yeah.
the planning board would be putting in
Right.
for.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that the Select Board sign off on the Historical Commission's proposal to the DLTA for a grant that would help them research and determine what's required to look at our portion of the canal and how it might meet the needs of the National Register of Historic Places.
And I'll second that.
Further questions or discussion?
The only thing I'm reading here, for all of these projects, they're saying they have to be completed on or before December 31st, 2020.
That's right. Yeah, everything's a calendar year, it's not a fiscal year.
Okay, just, so whether we can meet those timelines with all of this is something else. Okay.
Any other questions? Are you ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So there's nothing else required of us for any of the other ones, right?
No, not unless you want me to put in for one of the other ones.
I mean, we'd have to have somebody endorse it and give us some paperwork on it, I think, wouldn't we? Or just sort of a vote of support for that?
Yeah, a vote of support would work.
And I'd just like to thank Cindy and Chris for investing their time in researching the potential of a facilitator for the 3-committee project on the master plan implementation. Thank you.
If we're done with that, would anybody like to suggest anything else for the DLTA grant? Anything else? There is one other item of business that can't wait until the next select board meeting, and it is to reappoint Marla Hank as an alternate to the Agricultural Commission, term to expire June 30th, 2022.
I move to reappoint Marla Hank to the Agricultural Committee.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I've got two questions maybe fitted under here.
Yep.
Just trying to figure out the status of a couple of things. One is the short-term, long-term disability issue that we kicked down the road. Any contact you've made with this consultant, Ed?
No, let me try again this week.
If you want, I'll be glad to give him a call. I've got his number.
Yeah, that's okay. Let me give it one more shot this week.
Okay. Now, also brought up shared building commissioner with, say, Westhampton. Is anything being done on that? Somebody mentioned, I think Charlie mentioned, Tom was working on it, but I don't know that Tom is the appropriate person to work on something like that. Should come from the board.
I can reach out to the town administrator.
Okay, if you want me to do anything, let me know. I've got the time.
Thank you.
Yep.
We have some PCFs. If somebody would be, as I sign these, if someone might be willing to read through those, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Yeah, I'll be glad to read them.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so reading from the forms, looks like Timothy Blaze, full-time police. He's filling a vacant position from Mike Goyette. Okay, this is not signed off by the P-cubed-B. So,
There's actually
No, dude.
two, and they were stapled together, so there's an emergency and a regular, and one of them got signed and one didn't, so I'm sure it's just because they were stapled together.
I'm looking for the other one.
Thanks, Rena.
Seeing it?
Here.
Okay.
So this is basically moving from a part-time to a full-time officer, is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Correct.
pending the approval from
It
the,
would be pending also the approval of a waiver from the training committee for him to attend an academy in the future.
Yeah, he's a part-time officer now, so he's going to go to full-time from 18 to 2194. So this second one is signed off by the PQB. So.
Yeah, the emergency one was on the front, and it got signed off. The regular one was behind it, and it didn't, so.
So if we can go back and retroactively have them sign it, since we know it's an error, and then
Yeah.
we can-
Yep. And can we, are we having the same issues again on biweekly hours? I see 75 up top and then 37 and a half down below for biweekly hours. And then why does one of them have the
75.
Yeah.
county retirement and the additional 2% and the other one doesn't?
The emergency probably doesn't.
Oh, yeah, number of
Yeah, the emergency
biweekly hours.
does.
Really?
That's what I was questioning.
It's a 75,
The
so they
emergency
should
has
both be
those
the
on there.
same.
It's benefits eligible, obviously.
It's benefits,
That should be
yeah, it would be
75.
benefits eligible, correct.
But I wasn't sure
Weekly.
whether
That's every
the
2
county
weeks.
retirement and the additional 2% should be
And
on
that's
the
biweekly, too.
non-emergency.
They both are.
Should be on
That's why they
both.
should
then.
match.
Should be on both?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But I don't know. Are we?
I just,
They should be both 75 biweekly, right?
yep.
Yeah.
This whole thing is riddled with errors, and so he I'm gonna be that guy, because he was in here complaining about the process, but the form doesn't get filled out properly, so it gets delayed. I mean, and if there's too many people signing off, but if the form doesn't come in properly, that's why it gets delayed.
Okay, so you want to make a motion, we don't accept it and send it back? Or am I continuing on?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we don't accept it and it's gotta get sent back. I mean, the form's gotta be filled out correctly. This is what we're legally obligated to. I mean, if you wanna make notes when we send it back, like the section on county retirement, additional 2%, tightening up the bi-weekly hours to make sure they're consistent, to make sure that the notes section in vacation,
This right here.
I'm speaking for Chris here, is dialed in, and that's not just, doesn't say vacation and blanked out. I mean,
So, Rini, I guess that's up to
You
you.
know, I really hate to see putting more obstacles in people's
know.
way.
I
Has
do
there
too,
ever
but we
been
get hung
training?
out to
Can I
dry
just
on
ask this
these.
question? Has there ever been training on using this
just
form,
had them, they just had training.
on this new form?
Yep.
Francine, this is reading. I hate to be rude, but this is just read the form. It says bi-weekly hours.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, we've had a number of that we have had to delay because
Because people can't read.
because they're incomplete.
I don't think that's the case. I think, speaking as someone who hates forms and doesn't ever put anything in the right column, I think that's an issue. And I think the other issue is, I think the term biweekly is confusing. So I'm not saying anything one way or another. I'm just saying I don't think that it's intentional by any means. And I'm with Francine. I think it's an education issue.
Yeah, I mean, when you said biweekly is confusing, I don't disagree, but when you have 75 up here and 37.5.
Oh, I know. That's, yeah.
Well, if you're not sure, you could just covered it both ways, didn't you?
You didn't cover it one way, though.
I've always had an issue with biweekly, yeah. Does that mean twice a week, or is that every 2 weeks?
Every other, I know.
It can mean either way, actually. Yeah, if you look it up, yeah.
Well, I know as the PQB member, I'm sure it's very frustrating too.
So
I guess my question would be.
I'm going to keep reading if it's okay. That was Timothy Blaze. Next one, we have Elizabeth Capon Parizo, I believe.
Are we doing anything
What are
with
we doing
those, or
with
what are we
it?
doing with those?
Well,
I don't really, I mean, at this point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did I make a motion?
To send back?
What did I say?
I'm sorry,
Send it
Reedy,
back?
it's on your court then.
Can someone just review with me what the concerns are other than the biweekly?
PQB is missing a signature on the permanent.
Right, okay, I knew that.
And then
County retirement and then the additional 2% aren't checked off on the permanent form.
Yeah.
Right. And then under the notes about vacation and sick leave in the middle of the form.
So, Matt, so I think legitimately you can make a motion to send back the permanent one, but we can accept the temporary one because that seems to be filled out well, which will put the officer,
That's interesting.
right?
Yeah, let me see.
That way we won't hold anything
Yes.
back from the officer.
That's a good idea.
Okay, so I'll second the motion to get the conversation going to send back the permanent one for signatures and corrections and additions.
But my motion was to rescind both of them, so I should
was
just
it?
amend
Okay.
my motion.
The emergency one is the same too.
Yeah, the emergency one hasn't, the only error on the emergency one, in case people care, is the number of bi-weekly hours. is not
Just-
It should be 75.
Just as a point, I got text before, and somebody asked me the question, what's going to go on longer? The debate on the president and or the select board, and they said they're both still going on. So I don't know who's going to win that one, but so do you want to? I'll rescind my second, Matt. If you rescind your motion,
I don't know. I'm happy to do whatever. At this point, I'm a little bit confused, but my motion was to send both of these back, and it's very reluctant. I'm sorry to have
well, the emergency
the
one
attitude
was
that I have
filled-
about this, but like these things are like
Jeez.
you just have to read it. I mean, I don't, because I feel really bad about this, but like both forms that have at least one inconsistency on them. I mean, even the emergency one, it's 37.5, and if it doesn't matter or we're not held liable for this, then we'll just chalk it up to a typo. But we haven't been chalking these things up to a typo like ever, and we did get hung out to dry on one of these. So I don't see why we start doing that now because we feel bad.
Well, it's not a matter of feeling bad. For me, it's having enough police officers
I agree.
on the roads in this town.
Yeah.
That's the issue for me. And I heard him last time, this has been happening since August, and I understand that it's not done right.
Yeah.
You did.
Yep, but I also,
And I agree
don't-
that there's too many people signing off on this. I don't disagree on anything, but like, we're responsible for these forms, aren't we? So I don't know.
responsible for signing off.
I'm happy to be
I am, I
convinced
should
one way or
say.
the other way if we're not gonna, if we're gonna sign this, but I'm happy to listen.
I mean, I'm sure if the chief were here tonight, we could correct this immediately, right? So, unfortunately. Is there a way
Well,
to-
except for the fact that we aren't supposed to change a form.
Yeah. And he can't sign for the PQB.
No.
No, he could only sign for himself, that's true. I was trying to figure out if there was a way that we could accept the emergency request and not the other one, just to at least,
Is there a reason why the bi-weekly hours are listed twice on the form? Like what?
Could we vote to authorize someone if we receive the corrected form tomorrow, to authorize someone on the select board to sign off on this document?
Yeah, to review it, make sure it's.
Yeah,
all-
but
Do
then
it
the
and-
PPB's got to sign off on it too.
Well, use the one that the PBB did.
Well, yeah, when's PQB meeting?
No, we don't have a meeting scheduled.
Well,
Oh, I mean, and that further delays it. I mean, at least
That's part of the problem.
that would be the emergency one that would continue.
If you guys don't want to stand in the way of this, I'm not going to stand in the way of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't like doing it, but you made a point, so it's like, what do we do, you know? Once you open the door, you open the door.
Yep.
So how about if we make a motion for one of the board to be able to sign the emergency one once the clerical error is changed? That'll let the officer work full-time, get his new pay rate, and then send the permanent one back for all the alterations and signatures it
Okay,
needs.
I'm comfortable
Would
with
that be
that.
acceptable?
Yeah, because it
That's-
looks like
that's a
the
motion.
emergency one, the only edit that's needed is the 75 hours in
Yeah.
that biweekly hour section.
Yeah.
And the notes need to be added on that
But those I'm
vacate.
going to consider clerical, they don't, not the signature. So that's my motion.
And I will second that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then we also, the motion should include pending approval by the Finance Committee, because right now that technically is our process.
Well, I said signature, so that
Okay,
that
all
includes
right.
that, yeah.
Any other questions?
And that doesn't affect the officer or the police department, which I think is important.
So do we have to wait for the Finance Committee's signature as well? Is that what you're saying?
As part of the process, yeah.
Yeah.
That finalizes it, yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So who's going to sign off on this?
Well, I think,
You
well,
have to
I'll make a motion that any board member
Yep.
that's available can sign off on it. Ed could
They can
contact
just throw out a text and see who's
the
able to.
closest one.
Yep,
And I just
Yep.
wonder who that'll be.
yep.
Can't
Well,
imagine.
Francine and I are close,
And
right?
I'm here
Yeah.
quite a bit, so.
Yeah. Okay. So
All
where
right.
were we?
So do we have to vote to not
the-
accept
wait.
the other one?
The closest one, or the one that's seen, one of the ones that's seen most frequently in town hall?
The one that you
Any
can
one of
get
us.
here.
Any one of
Let's
us.
hear first.
Okay, so we're accepting the emergency, rejecting the permanent for, okay.
Do we have to vote on rejecting the permanent or not?
Yeah, we all did, I did that one motion. yeah.
Okay, you did? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So next is Elizabeth Capon Parizo, police officer, changed status from full-time to part-time. Let me see what we have here. Signed off by the PQB, it's not signed off by finance. And finance is meeting next week.
Correct. I've taken them out of order to kind of expedite these again.
Yeah, but I think last time we approved it pending the finance committee signing it, and I'm okay with doing that with this one. Everything else looks
The employee
okay.
hasn't signed it. Is that a problem?
They don't,
That's
Isn't the
one
employee
of,
the-
that's one of these ones that I don't even know why the
yeah,
employee
Yeah.
signature is on these.
employees signed it in the first place.
Shouldn't
Okay.
be. And
This one looks-
she is going below 19, or below 20 hours.
It's going from full-time to part-time.
Yeah, 19 or less hours per week, so.
Move to approve Captain Perizzo's PCF.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, Don Young, Assistant Town Clerk, emergency hire, 7.5 hours a week. Okay.
See, now this, to your point, Rainey, and to your point seriously, because look at this form. We're on Don Young. I'm sorry to cut you off, John, but do you see the differences in this form? It is asking down in the middle section number of, why is this form different?
Yeah.
It says
Number
weekly.
of weekly hours, whereas
Yeah.
every other form is bi-weekly, and then when you go up to the top, it's number of bi-weekly hours.
And why do we
Like,
have two forms?
maybe it's really just simply we have a form problem.
We
Like,
could have a form.
we have a serious
It's-
form
Under the
problem, because like
proposed-
people are getting, they pick up the wrong form and it says weekly hours, maybe the chief, you know, again,
the
it does come down to reading, but
Under
like
the
seriously.
proposed hours, it says number of weekly hours.
You
not
look at every
bi-weekly.
other form and it says bi-weekly.
We just-
So why does this form say
Yeah,
weekly?
we need to, if,
And then next to it, present status is bi-weekly
This
hours.
one,
yeah.
It's like unbelievable, like,
I know, that's what I mean, yeah.
crazy.
how does that happen?
I mean, if this is our new form, we need a
Form
date or
isn't
something in
good.
the footer to
Okay.
show when this new form came into effect.
I'll make a
because-
motion, we accept it, Don Young.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, these are motions both pending on getting the FinCon to sign them
Right.
next week.
Right.
Okay, next is Emily Munska, circulation librarian, increase hours from 12 to 18.
And this one
There
is-
was an error on the last PC, it says. Says this is an adjustment due to error made in 2018 by director. So let me see. The employee even signed this one. Number of biweekly hours is 18.
Down below, but not up top.
Yeah, there's blank up top, but
Yeah, that's what I said,
I'd
yeah.
rather it be blank than not true, you know.
Is this person, no, obviously not benefits eligible, right? That should be checked.
Is that
No,
box
she's
checked?
going from 12 to 18,
Not benefits eligible, yeah, that box isn't checked.
and the salary is not changing. So I'll make a motion.
Yeah,
we-
just on the existing PCF, it had been down for 6 instead of the 9.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion, we accept.
No second.
Any further comments or question?
We just want somebody to check that box on not benefits? Not benefits eligible?
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't benefits eligible before.
I know, but
Yeah.
we either fill out the form or we don't.
I know.
I don't know, somewhere we need another,
We probably need another form.
form
So she's working 9 hours a week.
change here.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do we have the other one? The one that was in question about the on-call plow driver? Was that taken off?
No, that's been taken off. It's been sent back to Randall to start over, as the $25 per hour should have been the correct rate that was on it, but that's got to be resubmitted to PPB.
Okay, then next we have an alcohol and, we have to, one day wine and malts, Friends of the Library, January 31st, 2020, 5 to 8 p.m. Wine and Friends. And all the paperwork together, Ed?
Yes, it is.
I move to approve the one-day wine and malt Friends of the Library with Friends on January 31st.
I'll second that.
Is there any question or discussion?
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, come out of winter hibernation,
Everybody's invited.
wine with the friends. Please support our library, January 31st from 5 to 7. Looks like a good time. All right, we're up to warrants, Francine.
Okay. We have a vendor payment warrant for 83, W 20-29 for $83,635.81.
What is the bad elf
The bad elf.
on the warrant?
Yeah.
We bought a bad elf.
Yeah, Bad Elf LLC, whoever they are, right up here.
I don't know,
Bad elf.
Not clear.
Okay. We already did the warrant. The PPA,
Fire department.
what?
And basically, this is a legal document. The Deerfield Solar Facility that we are under contract for our net metering credits sold. So this Easthampton or PPA it's been reviewed by our town council, but basically what it is saying is it acknowledges that the conditions of that original contract are still in effect and are met by the parties.
So who's our new vendor then?
Kenyon Energy is the new vendor.
So fun fact, that's what an estoppel is.
I had never heard of one before until this too, so I had to do some research on it.
Continuation of terms of a contract.
Right.
Good to know.
Okay.
We don't have to do anything on that, do we?
Rena just had to sign it.
Just sign it.
Do we need to approve that? I mean, do we
Yes.
vote on that?
Yeah, or at least prove it for your signature.
So moved. Approved for your signature.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We're approving the,
You signing it
Yeah,
or
her-
you're
her-
approving it?
no, we're
signing.
approving the contract that allows a continuation of the net metering credits from one energy company to another.
Okay, so you're approving her to sign
Sign
it.
it,
You can
yes.
figure out how to say that. We already have the select board meetings, and I think there's, oh no, we have minutes to improve.
Right.
Did everybody get a chance to look at them?
I did.
What's that?
I did.
Okay. We will start with the first one, which is
November 26th.
November 26th.
And I just had one question about where we were with the annual Green Community Report that's on page 2 or whatever that is, that page 3. If
Yeah.
that had been able to get done, or I know you were having to gather a lot of people together to help
I
gather the
actually,
information.
this?
it was so complicated
Wall.
that I actually got an extension.
evidence
Oh, really?
So,
Good.
yeah, I'm still working on it.
Okay.
The vehicle was going to be recycled and reused. Did
Oops.
you, if you look into this, if you look into these minutes here,
What page you on?
Come again?
this four of six,
4 of 6?
we started talking about the useful life of highway, dump truck, police, fire, admin vehicles for borrowing purposes, because we had to vote to agree on what the useful life is of each of those assets.
Right.
And then, we approved this, but it was also with the recommendation that there was a motion made here by me and seconded by Francine to approve the useful life of the dump truck, police vehicle, and fire vehicle. It was a unanimous vote. But it says, where does it say? That we dispose of the vehicles once we obtain the new ones. But I don't think we ever wrote the article that way.
No, I don't think it was written that
think we
way.
ever
I
written-
think it was
wrote the
used to substantiate the purchasing of a new one, but it wasn't written
Yeah, to
in
dispose of the old
stone.
one.
Any questions on these minutes? Very detailed as usual, Kathy, thank you. Remarkable. Is there a motion?
I moved,
I move to approve the November 26, 2019 minutes.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to the next one. There are the minutes of December 10th. Just so you know, at the top it says Select Board Agenda. It should say minutes.
Yep, sorry, thank you, I usually check for that. On December 10th?
Yep, December 10th.
That the only thing with that one?
No, I have a question. On,
I was gonna run and change that, so.
Not so fast. On page 2, it's on the third line, it says, Open Space Review Committee. The survey is it's actually should be Open Space and Recreation Plan.
Open space and recreation.
Plan. They're the ones that generated the survey, not the ad hoc Open Space Review Committee.
That is very confusing.
I know, it has been all along, I know.
And it's in the next sentence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments on the December 10th minutes? Someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the minutes of December 10th.
Is there a
Select Board
second?
meeting.
With the correction.
With correction, yes.
Correction.
Is there a second?
Second.
All, discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And there's one more,
January 2nd.
January 2nd.
yeah, January 2nd. Looks good.
I'm going to run and make those changes on December 10th so I can get signed.
I move to approve the meeting minutes on January 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Can I borrow your pen again?
Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, we have pending items. Does anybody have any questions about any of those items? Other than what John already brought up about the short-term disability? I do agree. I think that if that doesn't, I think we have been wanting to do that for a while, so
Yeah,
I
and
think it'd be good
can-
to stay
I can
on that.
Contact the guy
Yeah.
if need be.
Yeah.
I'll check back in with Ed.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
And Ed just said that he had gotten an extension for that annual report for the green communities. It was due in
December 11th, right?
December. He got an extension for it. So he's still pulling it together, I asked.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That was part of my question on the minutes,
Right.
the first minutes.
And then you're going to try to get a Greenway committee going?
Yep, I talked to Paul last Wednesday or Thursday at the planning. He agreed that it's been too long, so we're going to get together.
And I haven't heard anything more about the open space and recreation plan. I think other than the survey, that's been pretty well,
Yeah.
a good response rate. I haven't heard
I think people are
anything.
waiting for a new meeting date to
Okay.
pick back up.
Is that PVPC that'll be pulling that together?
Right.
Well, I don't know. I know this new grant that Ed announced, the MVP grant, there was a portion of that money that's available to finish off the updated plan, but I don't know who's supposed to be calling the next meeting, whether it's Ed calling it or if they're bringing the consultant back. I don't know. So
Yeah.
when he gets back in here, we should ask, because a couple of people have asked me when the next meeting is, and I told them I had no idea.
So we got the 4th.
And I guess, is there some way that we could maybe organize our thinking about what we would like to propose or discuss at the 5-town meeting in terms of things that would be of interest to us? And maybe talk to some of the other committee chairs to get some input so that, we go there with, some thoughtful expectations, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Because we need to move this along. We met
Yeah.
last year, we talked about it, and then we
Yeah.
haven't, the whole year's gone by, we haven't met again.
Yeah, we talked about
Yeah.
some regional shared services, a lot of it about Hampshire Regional. I think that's a very good idea.
So maybe,
Do you want me to ask that to be on the agenda?
yeah, I think so, in between time. Do some thinking.
And I think just another one back on the old town hall. I think we've had 2 architect-type groups come and visit that, but I don't know that we've heard any final thoughts about that? On the old town hall?
Right. That was approved by CPC quite some time ago.
I mean,
There
I
was
remember
funding
hearing-
for that.
Hearing that it was scheduled, and one group had come to visit, or one person had come to visit, but I don't know about the second one. And just to rehash some of these and get them back up on the top of the list.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Ed. The minutes to approve, select board meetings, we have February 4th, February 11th, which is right before the town meeting. That will be 6 o'clock in the library at Norris, and then the 18th, and then the 24th.
And then 25th, yeah.
That's the three committee.
And he's trying to set up other meetings with the 5 towns.
Yeah.
The 5 towns. And those dates were 5, 6, and 11, if I remember correctly.
Right. And 13,
5, 6, and 13, you're right.
yeah.
That's February, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if our next meeting isn't until the 6th, right? Then there's a discussion about priorities for, the 5 towns. We need to,
Yeah, our next meeting is the 4th.
Is it 4th?
4th, yeah.
so we,
At that meeting, yeah.
yeah, 4th. I'll send him an email about that.
Okay.
You waiting for open time for the public?
Yep.
That's next. I'm just trying to decide if we're supposed to be waiting for Ed to come back or not.
I
You've
don't
been
think
waiting
we-
so long, I hate to have you wait any longer.
I don't think we have to wait for Ed. He's just, yeah.
Open time for the public.
This is your meeting there.
Not really, we
I
shouldn't do
know,
this.
but I just didn't know if you were going to bring up issues and then we'd have to re-update him on everything.
Be kind to us, Tammy.
Open time for the public. Yeah, it's been a long meeting.
Tamara Lunas, 298 College Highway. We are having our kickoff meeting for Celebrate Southampton. It is Wednesday, January 29th, 6:30 at the library. We've sent out emails to all the different organizations in town, main contacts, people that want to be included in this. There's no other town meetings going on that night. So at least have a representative from your group show up, find out what we're doing, see where you can help, and then at least we have contacts. But we are
6 o'clock at the library?
6:30. 6:30
Library.
to 8:30.
Will
But
there-
hopefully it will not be that long.
Will there be wine?
I just asked if I could bring that to these meetings.
Juice, the 29th, you're saying? right?
Yeah.
Only if you bring it for everyone.
And this year, it's a 2-day event. We've got Friday night with the band, Decades, and Saturday is the big event. Our theme this year is the arts.
Nice. I can attend. I'm happy to go.
So I'm just letting you guys know, and any other organizations out there that didn't receive my email, we would love to see faces of people that just want to hear what we're doing. You don't have to do anything, just hear what we're doing, and maybe if there's something that, oh, I can contribute this, or I can do that.
You want to mention tomorrow night, too?
Okay, we got it down.
Oh, this Thursday is the Historical Society meeting at the church. 6:30?
Yeah.
7 o'clock.
7, I think.
7 o'clock at the church. It's going to be the second part of Old Home Days, of old homes.
Old homes in Southampton.
In Southampton.
Not old
I'm
home days.
sorry, it's late.
Old houses of
It's the
Southampton.
second part of the first showing. So it's taking a college highway and going up the other direction now.
That was on there.
So that's Thursday, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we go back up there.
Brian?
Anyone else?
Do you want to come up?
Yeah, these poor guys.
Let's wonder what they're sitting there. Did you forget why you came?
Pardon me?
Did you forget why you came?
No, I'm good. I'm a little past my bedtime, but I'll be all right. My name is Fletcher Sievers. I'm here on behalf of a cannabis company that's looking to seek property in Southampton, specifically at 275 College Highway and an adjacent lot at 7 Clark Street. And we'd look to be on the agenda for the meeting on the 4th and to come to a, to explore the option of a community host agreement. So.
Is this the grower facility as opposed to the retail, or?
No, this would not be retail. This would be just cannabis cultivation only.
Yeah.
So where is that? Clark and College Highway?
Your property.
I'm on Clark and College Highway.
Okay.
You're across the street, I assume? I mean, across from me
It's Heritage.
is Heritage Survey. And then there's the park, and there's my land, and then there's another land with a house on it. So where are you going?
It would be, well, the 7 portion on Clark Street is right down the street from the survey. What is it?
Down the street.
It's got to be between Marm and Keystone, right?
Between Marmon Keystone and Heritage Surveys?
Yes. So it's
That's Clark Street.
That on Clark Street, and then it connects to the lot that's at technically 275 College Highway.
So is that near the store, that lot? College Highway, there's a dog leg out?
It's kind of like goes back in and.
really?
Yeah, it's actually, it's really good for us just because everything is set back. We'd be looking to just have greenhouses and, that would be our primary
Is that where the
option.
wet cornfield is now?
I believe that is where the wet cornfield, yeah. I would have liked to have been on this meeting, but just finding out about this land really in the last 2 weeks, and this is just a much better look for us as far as moving forward on this project.
Where's the zone there?
I'm not sure, but is this related at the planning meeting last week, somebody came and wants to do retail cannabis at that little Sunoco station where the old Southampton bicycle
This
shop
is
used to be.
we are 110% not interested in doing any sort of retail.
So you're not, it's not a, okay.
No, we'd be a
We've
wholesaler.
had several
Yeah.
people inquiring about in town. For a small town, it's interesting, you know?
Yeah, no, it's for us, and for the company that I'm a part of, we're just on the manufacturing side. I look at it far more like I have a farming and agriculture background as well as building, and so that's kind of how I look at all these facilities moving forward. And as far as like doing the retail and everything else like that, I let that be someone else's.
A little harder
hurdles.
than corn, though.
It's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with. You're dealing. Let's just call it for what it is. You're dealing with the public at the end of the day, and you're dealing with like extra traffic and placement of those operations, and they look really good. Like I've just recently moved up here from the Southwest, and how we've seen the market change in New Mexico, and of course we're right next to Colorado, and seeing how that market's changed quite a bit. And generally speaking, like us as cultivators, we look at more rural lots of land, really out here like the dairy farm model of the footprint of that 25 to 50 acres. That's perfect for us. And as far as like where people set up retail spaces, in Colorado, they're everywhere. New Mexico, we're still just on the medical side, and so we have them still everywhere, but it's just not.
What's the name of the company again?
This is Growth Leasing.
And based where?
We have our main operation in Washington State. We also have operations in Colorado, New Mexico, and this will be our first endeavor in Massachusetts. So
That's a small piece of land. Thinking what you were saying, 25 acres is ideal.
Well, those together, the Clark Street and the 275 College Highway, that'd be 32 acres.
Oh, really? Okay.
And so that actually helps us out quite a bit too. Like we could actually offset our energy costs by having solar fields and having other things out there too. So that's just it's a much more approachable endeavor than like we had first looked at some of these other like old mills and everything else in Holyoke, and you're talking anywhere from like 3 to 5 times the cost of like retrofitting any of those things, really. And if you look at it just from like an agriculture standpoint, like greenhouses are meant to grow agriculture in, and old paper mills weren't. And as much as it is a very romantic idea of like fixing up old buildings, like if you could just have a building that is designed to do that very simple thing, then that's what we are trying to pursue. So.
Is it going to be well, Colorado's obviously a wild weather too, but is there any special considerations in Northeast compared to like Southwest or Colorado?
Really one of the biggest things that I've kind of learned up here too is a lot of people, they use like biomass burners, and they're so using like, chips and everything else to, use it for energy, and as well just for heating, like what would be, like we put radiant floors in them, if we do like a bar system. And these old greenhouses, like what is right around here as well is 4 family farms, and they grow tomatoes. And there's places that have been all over Canada and all over the Northeast that have been growing indoor agriculture for the last like 50 years. And that's essentially what they do is, like a couple different things, like they use solar and they use biomass burners to heat and to cool their buildings. So the offset of them is actually like significantly less again than like going into like an old warehouse and having to use an exorbitant amount of energy, in my opinion. So, yeah.
This would be on leased land?
This would be on a lease to buy land.
And
this
probably Mr. Gallagher's land.
This guy over here.
I figure that's why you brought him with you.
Yeah.
Now, for retail operations, there's been an agreement between, I guess, the retailer and the town in terms of proceeds and taxes and, I'm sorry.
I can hear you.
With retailers in cannabis in different towns, there are agreements between the retailer and the town in terms of proceeds on an annual basis. Is the same
It's the same
situation for,
well.
okay, for the agricultural?
They're host
Okay.
agreements, and then, yeah, it's
Okay.
the same process.
Thank you.
and these are all, you know, everything that we're looking at through the Cannabis Control Board, you know, all the other town here, they're just cutting and pasting that, and the gist of them is essentially 3% of whatever we produce goes back into tax. And there are some wording that I've seen, obviously the most extreme and the one that it turned nefarious, but was it Falls Creek? And he was looking for some additional kickbacks. You know, he was, if you were even to come up with any of these businesses moving forward and coming with ours, like if there's anything that was specific on your budget agenda that we could contribute to, those are other options as well. You know, but generally speaking, you get the 3% of whatever we produce. And so I can tell you what we could produce off of somewhere in the neighborhood of 32 acres is significant.
And what's the grow time?
You would have 5 cycles a year.
5 cycles a year?
4 to be on the safe side, but 5 is the general of what you can do with cannabis. So, and we actually, one of the, I don't know, I can tell you about our country, our company for quite a long time, but like one of the exciting things about this company, what they do is like, they're very like technology driven, and so a lot of it's not just selling just cannabis as it's just been processed the one time, like the process of making like different products, like different like oil-based products. We're actually, you know, our Instagram page is We Grow Oil, and so that's kind of like how we look at it. It's like we're just looking at it just for the chemical compounds we can get at it and take those and sell those to other companies that will make other things, like such as different tinctures, different, you know, just different more like pharmaceutical applications. And so we would be selling more to like part of it to a recreational market, but probably just as much in the medical market as well. So
That sounds interesting.
yeah, it's a little bit of a different take than I think that what people have been doing. I've been in the business for coming up on the last 8 years, and I wasn't the cannabis guy by any stretch of the imagination. I worked in public schools and in private schools as well, and then this sort of just kind of fell into my life, and it's worked out well for me.
Great.
It's kind of had me travel all over the world, but this is kind of the future that we see it as, not just growing cannabis for the sake of packaging it up and selling it down the street. Like, we'd rather be a little bit more of like a small manufacturing plant, if you will, and we have a pretty compared to a lot of other businesses, we have like a less impact on what our place is. You know, I used to set up breweries as well, and I was just like, this is nothing compared to like the consumption costs of water and energy of what breweries could do. You know, we're actually pretty low level. So
How much acreage would be undercover?
so let's just say off of 32 acres, let's say we use like designate 5 acres of that just for like a solar field, we would pretty much have like
So 25
30 acres, 25 acres.
So that'd be a
undercover.
big plant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are really incredible greenhouses and this is, if you don't know the Canadian market, we're taking a lot of technologies that they've perfected since they've had a longer cannabis program than any other country in the world. And obviously their climate is going to be much more like it is here than it is for, say, like how I was setting up grow operations in the Southwest. You know, these are...
Snow there?
No, we get snow. We actually have a significant more snow than you have right now in Santa Fe. Yeah, it's just interesting to see. Yeah, but you know, we're at altitude. We're at 7,000 feet. And that's why I say like it's a much different climate. You know, it's, you know, the peak of humidity is like the proximity of like 30%. So it's usually around 20-30% humidity here. You have humidity is 80 to 90%. You know, on a pretty much year round, you know, but these greenhouses were built specifically for that. And that's why I say like, this is a much better fit for the cannabis industry than rather going in and
It's interesting.
spending, you know, close to 400 a square foot to build out one of those buildings. Significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there lights sort of around the night, or is that not an issue for growing?
We actually, so here's kind of the skinny on that, is we're sort of, we're not going to want to have as many lights on the property just because we don't want to be intrusive to the neighbors, but we can't have extra lighting and ambient lighting around the property because it could actually affect the crop. And so these are light depth greenhouses. And so, during the day or during let's say the winter months, we'd have a cycle going right now is we'd have it's basically just like a tarp that gets pulled back. We would have that pulled back, and probably for the first few hours of, like daylight and things like that, we would have the lights on, but generally speaking, we're using the sun. But then as soon as it's time to shut it down, we can make that thing black, and so you can't see anything. And we would be running lights in there as well, just, supplemental lights, just because there is significant more overcast here.
Yeah.
But again, this is what these were designed to do,
Interesting. Well, so we look forward to hearing a little bit more about it. So when, on the 4th then, we can add an agenda item to,
I'm going to have to look at one thing.
Yeah,
They might actually have to do their public outreach
Hearing,
meeting.
yeah, right. That was kind of the
before they
order of-
come before us for a host agreement. So I got to go back and look at the process. But I know where to find Ryan.
That was outreach, right? Not outrage.
That was outreach, correct.
Just want to make
Yeah.
sure. All right.
yeah, the retail place did that too. They,
Very good, very good.
It's different in Santa Fe.
Everything went well. When would you anticipate opening?
If everything went well, we could start working on the property within the next couple months.
Really?
Yeah, these things they go up pretty quickly.
so you don't have to wait like that. We heard for the licensing for retail, it's like a year.
We're already
You're already along the way.
yeah. And so we're trying to acquire a couple licenses just to get going. So, yeah.
So the public hearing requirement is, what kind of notice is required for the public hearing? And you have to put something in the paper and everything?
They have to put something in the paper. I can't remember if it's 10 days or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll look at that too.
And I know the questions, obviously that came up or had to do with security, and it had to do with, what else? Use of, local services and
Yeah,
things
so
like
security is the biggest part of that, but yeah, what they're going to utilize for local services or employment and what have you.
I mean, we're already, if you look at any of the cannabis, bylaws they have now, I think it's 30% of your staff has to be, local. As far as security goes, those are all clearly written in there. You pretty much have to have every square inch of your facility, and even on the cultivation side, that all has to be taken into account for. And what we've actually seen is, we had this happen to our farm in Washington, and that's right along the Columbia River Valley. So majority of the produce that we'll see in the grocery stores here, cherries, blueberries, apples, all come from that area. And so they acquired a large farm there. What's that?
Wine.
Yeah. And so we were approaching another landowner, and it was a retiree, and they were actually initially looking to sell their house out. And they've been in this middle of this farmland for a long time, and now cannabis and hemp have sort of moved in to, use the properties for what they were intended for, to be farmland. And now those people aren't actually interested in selling their property anymore because they're like, you guys are the best neighbors ever. You don't have seasonal workers that are coming in and out of here. You have a security, staff that's in place. What the state mandates there is pretty much going to be the same exact the state mandate here, and so it actually is making the places considerably nicer. And that's again we're not the target for crimes. We're really not. They're not greenhouses that you can just go in and cut on the side. We'd have a perimeter secured. We'd have security staff that would be on all the time, and as opposed to the stores, it's a different thing.
Just a question, how many people would you anticipate employing?
For an operation like that, anywhere from around about 20 to 30 people full time.
Okay.
I thought a lot of it would be automated, no?
That's automated,
It's
yeah.
into our economic development piece.
So, that's a lab side too. So you're about half of those people will be working in the lab, just working on processing, and then the other side, pretty much everything else is automated, and so.
Wow, interesting.
I don't think so.
Well, thanks very much for coming. Tell me the name of the company one more time.
Growth Leasing.
Growth Leasing.
Yes, and if you can actually look up, there's Western Frontier, and that's in Washington.
Yeah.
So we try not to be like too advertising or anything else like that, just because we are on the manufacturing side, and we're just trying to, again, just essentially make like the crude oil.
Yeah.
And that goes into a variety of different things, so. Well, thank you for your time, I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you for your
Thanks for
patience,
waiting.
too. I think if there's nobody else, Taylor, do you have anything else?
Hey, before you get ready to adjourn, just one.
Quarter of 11.
One technicality, because we haven't voted this. Would you please have a motion and second and vote that, to approve the special town meeting warrant for signing as edited?
Didn't we do that?
Who would like to do
I
that?
make that motion.
Thank you, Matt.
Who would like to second that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion, questions?
And when do
All
we get
those
to
in
sign?
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the reason did that is I thought I remembered this, but I checked with town council, and you've now approved the warrant, so rather than having to have a special 15-minute meeting to sign it,
Yep.
I'm going to edit it as instructed, and I actually hope to have this all signed by Thursday, but those that can and it's convenient can come in my office and sign it. For those that are not, I will bring the document to you for your signing. But it does not, now that it's been approved that way, it does not need to be signed in an open meeting.
Oh, we wanted to remember to say one thing to you while you stepped out of the room. We really want to hear about the disability presentations. We also had a question about the town hall. If next time around you could give us an update on that. And then was there one other thing on the pending items?
Town hall?
The old town hall study.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
okay.
want an update on that, and also on the, we're really been kicking the disability thing down the road. We'd like to be able to hear about that, okay?
Sure.
I think that's it. Motion to
Ed, were
adjourn?
you here when we talked about kind of, at our, yeah, you were, never mind, I answered my own question. About thinking about some items for the five-town meeting, but you were here for that.
And I
Yes.
just sent you an email about that.
Okay.
For the agenda for the 4th. We want to talk about what do we want for the agenda for the five-town meeting.
Get paid by the hour?
I'll let the other towns consider
Drive
that.
the bus? No.
Yeah.
All right, motion to adjourn?
I moved to
So
adjourn.
moved.
But if you got suggestions for it, I will.
Yes. Okay.
I'll second it.
I second, yeah.
Those in favor? We're adjourned. Aye.
I suddenly became very